of those. I don't disagree. I well, um, that premise, but that's a lot of the I'm pushing.
Hello? Yeah, my name's Eddie. I'm a software-focused indie dev. My question's for Neil, more so on your artistic vision when it comes to Never Yield. I'm in the early process of making my indie game, and like a lot of the mechanics are done, but like I'm trying to establish like a narrative and direction. And like We Never Yield and Never Yield like are really like stylized, impactful with probably your experience as a human. I just wanted to know more about like how you let that side of you.
Sorry, I just want to answer your question. Okay. So, what's your question? Sorry, I'm like, is it the first part of it, like me and how I came up with it, or how you want to figure out your own like art style? Oh, okay. So for the first game, it's just like more of my natural art style. Whatever you can get done the quickest, because it's just you, right? You're doing this stuff. So if you like it, if you can get it done quick, you good. Show it to your friends, show it to your family. If they like it, don't believe them. Then show it to show it to like people who don't like you, you know, and then see if they like it. And if they like it, then you're good. Uh, but as long as you happy with it, because at the end of the day, 20 years from now, no one's gonna be talking about your game. But you're gonna have to live with that. You're gonna be thinking about it all the time. So if you like it 20 years from now, you're good.
Hello. Hello. My name is Dennis Gillum. I'm a product manager at EA. And I had a question for the panel. So, in regards to game design and innovation, part of my job is looking at the ways that players play games, how they engage with it, and to reduce the friction between players so that they're not yelling at each other. And there seems to be a trade off between with game design, like tutorializing certain features and allowing emerging gameplay. From a safety perspective, I can see how if certain features aren't there to like enable players to group. In general, games don't seem to teach collaboration, but like in sports, in real life, we do. So I just want to get the panel's take in terms of how do you balance the trade-offs between tutorializing how to play the game and how to play together as a team versus allowing emerging gameplay.
Right. I'll just say from my perspective, right? I think like that's one of the things I do like about class-based games. Like I'm a big Battlefield fan and I'm a trash at shooters, right? So I'm a great support. Like when still flags, I'm your guy. If somebody to heal people, I'm your guy. If you need somebody to repair vehicles, I'm your guy. Don't ask me to shoot anybody. But I can do all the support stuff. And I think when you have gameplay where players are encouraged to like each other, that is a case situation. Players inhabit that role and then they naturally.
100. Yeah, and I think in my experience, Battlefield, I think there's big difference. Summoners, um, foster actively. I think is often something that League does. Um, but examples of that in other but yeah, finding methods apart from just finding opportunities.
Hello, my name is Nigel. I'm a game designer, technical game designer. So my question is, I once knew a guy who was like a software engineer whose whole background was in like civil engineering or architecture, and I find it very fascinating to hear people. What places do they pull inspiration from for development, either creatively or technical and stuff that is like outside of gaming?
And like everything from the '90s, like SWAT cats and you know everything on Kids WB. I actually went back and started watching like old Ninja Turtles and stuff like that to figure out like what were these camera cuts looking like that like made these things so interesting. And then you go into anime and like find out like they made all this stuff look so cool with like just a stationary camera. I'm like, how can I like steal that? Like, so I get inspiration from everywhere, like even music and like the like Matlock episodes my grandma used to watch, like all of it.
I would say like for me in VR, like during the quarantine, like Hamilton like turned me into a Broadway fan. And like I think it made me appreciate that um really like being able to I think Broadway's all about creating worlds in really tiny spaces, and that's really all VR. So Broadway is super inspirational to me. I've been through way too many shows, some I'm embarrassed to admit to. But I think really Broadway and musical performances have been really inspiring to me.
Yeah, I think for like I pull inspiration. I think like design is as we keep every modern platform at some point. Maybe look at boxing. Get anything outside actually.
Hi, I'm Theron, ex-writer. League used to work on League, producer there. Been a few years running my own studio, and now I'm starting my second studio. A couple co-founders. But my question, and this is particularly interesting, I think, just for the room, is how do you, as you know, people who make games, think about bringing your own culture? This riffs a little bit off what you were just saying about the rehash, right? So much of games is this kind of European, structure, Middle Earth, class systems are all like they're very Eurocentric. But there's this great quote by Denzel that it's not color, it's culture. The smell of a hot comb on Sunday morning, right? Like you either know what that is or you don't. How do you bring your culture into game? How do you bring it into gameplay, game mechanics? How do you think about that?
Sure. So for Galactic Barfight, one of the things I really enjoyed was like coming up with challenge names, and so I would go back to hip hop songs that I like, right. So like if you get 5 kills, there's a challenge called "I Got 5 on it," right? And like I'd go back to basketball, right? I think if you got 24 kills, it's like Mamba achievement, right? And so just stuff like that, right? Things that I love, and those numbers and values have significance in my life, and so that's kind of where.
Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. In my new game, if you get 3 stars on every level, it's called curry. You just getting threes. You get it. But I think the key is to not try. I know we got to wrap up. I know this is the last thing, but like not try to kind of like put your culture. Just put you into it because you are the culture. Each one of us kind of holds that in us, but we're not like someone said earlier. We're not a monolith. We can't represent everyone everywhere all the time. But what we can do is like represent ourselves as best we can. That's our culture, and then when you show it to a bigger collection of people, a publisher, or a bunch of white people. Not to pick on white people, I do that a lot. But if you show it to a bunch of white people and like see what they are confused by and what they want to take out, then you be like, oh no, you can't take that out. And then they say, why can't we take it out? And then you can't explain it. That's culture.
Oh, oh, sorry. I'm actually really loud without it. So. Good morning. I'm Ari. Oh, yes, of course. I just wasn't sure if I'd be too loud because I'm a loud person. But yes, I was very curious about for you. I think everything everyone's talked about kind of culminated this question for me. But it can be even if we have the ideas, and we have all the answers and we want to bring the culture. The hardest part I find is to get in the room where it happens, to find people who are willing to listen and want to hear what we have to say and what we want to do. So I wanted to know, like, I'm sure it's just something we've all encountered at some interval. And I'm curious, what do you do to stay motivated when you're reaching like those difficulties, when you feel like you've got the answer, you've got the idea, and you're just not getting any sort of reception?
Yeah, a bit on you, right? Like at the end of the day, that's how we make it here, right? Like think, I think people devalue the importance of ego, but like my ego, software engineer, that's well, because you walk into rooms and people are going to tell you you can't do it. I do it.
Yeah, I would just say again with the ego, like me, I put on this thing where I have to kind of talk myself up. I have to like be the biggest person and dopest person because no one else is going to do it for me, right? Like we all each have to talk ourselves up because no one's going to be following us around and be like, this person's actually dope. You should, right? So like, and then being in the room, I think a lot of us don't have ownership over the things that we're making for other people, right? So like when you have ownership over it, like you keep that inspiration, you make yourself want to do it more. Like I own all my IPs, so I am very invested in this stuff working out, right? So I think everybody should like when you're making those deals, if you make your own game, do not give up your IP. You know, they need a black character, a whatever character in like their portfolio. You don't need them as much as they need. So like make that a part of your contract. Say this is my IP. You don't have anything like to do with this, but you know you can publish a game, stuff like that. So that's just me though.
One total. I'm so sorry, it's me. Yeah, I think like for me, I always try to remind thrives on and representation of ours play. So when people start like, putting blockers, I remind that like that conversation.
All right. Bad news, no more questions, but good news, it's lunchtime, so we'll be in the lobby if you want to talk. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists, everybody. For coming out. Our next panel will be at 1 o'clock, so please come back.
I cannot see a single face, and so I know that they're all beautiful, but the lights are bright. My name is Verda Maloney, and I am going to be the moderator for today. Honestly, in the pre-panel discussion, I don't even know if I'm needed because this panel could run itself, but I'm here to help make it go as smoothly as we can. And what I do need to give a disclaimer, and that disclaimer is that the opinions of the panelists and the views belong to the panelists and the moderator alone. They do not belong to who we may work for. Okay, so I just wanted to give that disclaimer, especially because we start with some hot takes. So I just want to make sure that that's out there. And just like welcome, I will probably be navigating between seeing and not seeing. I have some reading glasses here that were just introduced to my life. So if you see that happening, that's what's going on. So have grace with me. And so we're going to start right here to my left. There's a whole meme where there's like this happens, and my daughter shared that with me because I, to this day, do not know my left from my right. And so we're going to start off with James Lewis, ID at Xbox developer, acceleration program lead. He helps developers from underrepresented communities bring their games to Xbox. And James, why don't you say hello and share your hot take?
Hey, thanks for having me. So my hot take is, since I work with independent developers, we're constantly trying to empower them to start their own studios, to find success building their own studios. So the mantra that I see from a lot of teams that have said, hey, I couldn't get into the industry because I couldn't get a job. I couldn't get a job at AAA studio, so I started my own studio. So my hot take is, if you can't join them, beat them.
Right. Well, y'all to hold on to hot takes. I might ask for some from the audience as well. Next up, we have Shanae T. Bryant, executive producer at Oculus Publishing. Shanae has produced some of your favorite games and probably canceled a few too. Now she's just doing that in VR. Fun fact, Shanae owns a 19-inch CRT that she bought at a Midway garage sale and only keeps around to play Rock Band 3 with zero AV lag. Okay.
You gotta do it.
That's so old.
You gotta, like, everyone succeeds or fails on their own merits. So you don't need this AV lag stuff.
And what is your hot take?
My hot take. Oh, I had a few hot takes. Good. By the way, great to see everyone. I love all this melanin in the room today. All right. My hot take is, great ideas do not make great games. Great execution makes great games. I'm not gonna say any more about that.
Not yet, anyway.
No, not yet.
Not yet, anyway. Okay. And we have Rudy Bonaparte, Director for Corporate Strategy and Operations at Riot Games. Rudy's professional focus is on creating systems and spaces that empower creators to do their best, with a focus on setting clear goals, building dev capabilities, and thoughtfully allocating resources. So Rudy, what is your hot take?
Hey, how y'all doing? My hot take, it might be actually a little hot. Is that I'd say most games are bad. Like 80, maybe 90% of these games are bad. Maybe 95% of games are bad.
95%.
Higher a second ago.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna
But
say.
like the 5% that are good are really, really good. Like transformational experiences that can change people's lives. So odds are game's bad, but it's worth going through the bad ones to get to the really, really good ones that can change your life.
Oh, I like that.
Listen, and with that, welcome to the Business of Gaming Challenges and Opportunities panel. We are going to get into it. Again, my name is Verda. I don't have a hot take, but I have a motto in life. I'm all love with appropriate doses of rage. And anytime I can manifest a moment like this, I know I'm gonna get to be my full self. So we're gonna start off with the first question, and this is to any panelist that wants to pick it up first. We're at an unprecedented time of instability in the industry. Why, oh why, is this happening?
I can
Shanae,
jump in
wanna
there.
go-
I
go
can talk.
for
I
it.
can kick us off so like that. It's a lot of things. Can I answer this without saying the words macroeconomic conditions? Is probably the first
Let's
thing.
see.
No, I mean, for like real talk, right? Because this is about the business of games, right? So like one of the reasons we really want to do this panel is because we oftentimes don't get to talk about the business. We talk about the creative all day long, but games is also a business, right? And so what we saw at the beginning of the pandemic is that people, like 2020, people were staying at home, whether they wanted to or not, and consumers' buying patterns changed. And a lot of companies changed their strategy based around what they were seeing from consumers. They thought that was gonna they were gonna ride this train forever. And then more things changed. Like the pandemic lifted. I know I'm still wearing my mask right now. I'm gonna take it off like carefully at some point during the talk today. But people's patterns changed again, and now suddenly we're in a situation where, you've built your entire strategy around a situation that doesn't exist anymore. And a lot of that unfortunately was built around like hiring. People were like staffing up in like considerable ways. And then like there was no easy way for them to exit. There was no easy way for companies to get out of that because they made a bad call. They made a bad decision based off of what they were seeing at the time. So we wound up in this like the last 2 years, and like I'm not at all like underestimating this as someone who's been laid off 5 times in the last 23 years. The last 2 years have been real bad in the game industry. It's been real stressful, real frustrating. And I'm hoping we don't see that again. I'm hoping that we've learned from that situation. Other thing I would also note too is just like, making games is hard. Running a studio is hard. A lot of times companies, like people come up, they make their own studio, they build it around the creative, they deprioritize the business part of it. Y'all, you gotta have a business plan. Have a business plan, because if you have a business plan, you can come talk to one of us about actually like, getting funding and like turning that into like actually being able to like make your game and like not have to be live hand to mouth and stuff like that too. So
Yeah, no, just to build off of that. I mean, I think I've heard speculations that there's too many games on the market. And to Rudy's point, if most of these games are bad,
95%.
So I think if we speculate as far as how we got to this point in the industry, I think it's good for us to learn. But also, I think a lot of teams I talk to is like, hey, what do we make of the opportunity that we have right now? Like, know what the stakes are right now. We know what the industry looks like. How do we respond in the midst of it? And so I think we still have to put forth our ideas. We still have to find ways of having success. Might just have to scope things down. Like, how do we adjust to this time frame? Like, we can't just stop altogether. And then also, I encourage people that are in a position to do more. Like what I don't want to see is for when we hit financial headwinds or whatever, that we stop doing the things that make this industry more inclusive. We stop investing in the studios that are bringing out diversity in it. I think if we're doing that, then if we stop and we cut funding for all of these initiatives, that says to me that we view these opportunities as nice to haves. We view them as charity. We view them as like feel good opportunities, when really this is how we future proof our industry. We're empowering new developers who are going to help us to reach new audiences. When we start viewing these types of opportunities as like same way a company views research and development, like when you're facing like financial headstorms, you're not cutting your R&D team because that's future proofing. When we view these opportunities the same way, then I think there won't be a lack of funding. We'll see we must invest in this. So that's my plea to the people who can, do something in a situation like, yes, we're facing all these financial challenges, but we still must invest in new teams, new ideas, and empower more developers.
Yeah, I want to expand on that point just a little bit, because I think Sinead hit the nail on the head in terms of the kind of macroeconomic conditions. You said you weren't going to say it, so I can. That were driving some of the
just
core
want to get it out
instability.
there somewhere,
right?
it's gonna get said.
It's got to get said. Like the pandemic played a big role in how companies were coming up with strategy, and when the situation changed, the companies didn't necessarily change with it, and the ability to change is somewhat constrained by the other economic factors going on. But I think the thing that I want to press on in terms of questions about instability is that instability isn't necessarily a bad thing. Because instability also means that there's new opportunities to try and do different things, because we're still trying to figure out, like, okay, how do you make great games in a world where there are far more choices than ever before, where certain types of genres are becoming oversaturated with games that are largely derivative of each other. When you see like random games come out like Pal World and you're like, what is that? It's a great business is what that is. Like, that game's doing fantastic. They should be very, very proud of themselves. But like that sort of innovation only comes out of the instability where like there's less certainty on what to do, so people are willing to just try things. And that's where I think James is going with it. Like, there's opportunities to invest now, because a lot of people that were kind of left behind in the shift now have an opportunity to try something. And I think that can future-proof our industry pretty significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Verta said, it feels like we're at an unprecedented point in this instability in the industry right now. We've gone through ups and downs before. We've been through this before. If you've been in the industry as long as like these three nerds up here have been, you'll see it again. It's like that. But this is not like a signal that we should stop. We should keep pushing. We should keep doing it. We should keep challenging folks. I know I challenge my companies all the time to try and like live our values, to do what we say we're going to do. And like James was saying, like bringing black and brown folks into this industry, bringing women, bringing folks from like marginalized identities, like that adds friction to a team. And in that friction is where you find the creativity. That's where you find the interesting, unique ideas. That's where you find the 5%.
I would
That's where it
love
is.
to hear. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, no,
Were you
no,
guys?
go.
No. I want to hear some advice that you might have because I think this leads into what advice would you give people, anyone that's here that's trying to start their own game studio right now, and this kind of given unprecedented times and this idea of being in black folks, like there's always been black and brown folks, there's always been unprecedented times, right? And we find this way to move forward. But I'm really curious with the wealth of years, decades of experience right here, what advice would you give to anyone that wants to start a game studio right now or pitch in a game right now, right this week at GDC?
Yeah, I'll jump in because I think, the comments that you've heard just now, just around like what are the opportunities that exist. When we see games like these major games that people are gravitating towards that are like hobby games, is there opening the market for maybe some smaller, maybe a smaller in scope game that's polished really well? Like, can you position your game to be something where you can take a budget, you can take your expertise, and you can do something that's done really well, but maybe it's a 2-hour game, maybe it's a 4-hour game, maybe it's a 10-hour game. Like, you don't have to make this massive thing. So my advice for new teams getting started is find a game that's unique, be able to tell somebody why you're uniquely qualified to make that game. So you should be able to be lean. Like, and I don't mean that you just have to go out and make the game for ramen noodles or whatever. Like, you should get what you're asking for. But if you ask for a budget or a line item, be able to justify it. Be willing to defend it and talk about it. And talk about how you're uniquely situated and qualified to make the game you're putting forward. I believe there's a talk versus show ratio that I often kind of see when I'm talking to new. Now, if you have a track record of shipping awesome games, they are rated well, they perform well in the market, then when you're pitching your next game, you may not have to show as much. You might just be able to talk. You might just be able to have a pitch deck that communicates that idea. But if you're starting out and you haven't shipped a bunch of bangers already, you're gonna have to show more. And that puts a burden on newer teams to have more to show because it takes resources to show stuff. Again, it's why it's important for there to be investment in get opportunities off the ground. You to be able to have the support to build prototypes. I know that that's important, but we also think you should have sweat equity in your games. Like, the people who are willing to invest in your titles can't believe in your game more than you do. You should believe in your game enough to put in some sweat equity. But when you come to the table in that pitch meeting, we see how much you've already put in. We're like, you're invested. Actually, I believe you're going to make this game regardless of my investment or not. And when I can see that, that actually leads to some of the most promising conversations for new developers.
I love that sweat equity. I've never heard that term before, but like for real, like that's absolutely it. Like, whenever I see a pitch, I always ask 2 questions. There's more questions after this, but if they don't get past the first 2, then it doesn't matter. First question, should this game exist? Second question, can this team make this game exist? Like, those 2 things are the most important. If the answer's not yes to both of them, the conversation's kind of over at that point. But like everything that like James was talking about, like it is making games is hard. My hot take at the very start of this was great ideas don't make great games. Great execution makes great games. This whole thing around like funding and like figuring out who we're going to sign, that kind of thing, is around risk assessment. It's around understanding, like, is our investment from as a company going to be realized by like choosing this game, by choosing this team? Because we're not just signing a game, we're signing a team. We're signing up for a relationship that's probably going to be 3 to 5 years long, depending on how big the scope of your game is. We do indie games over at Oculus VR, stuff like that. You do? Yeah, that's right. Oculus. We're in VR, so we're not fighting or anything like that here, But yeah, we do a lot of indie scope games, so it's like a lot of times like 1 to 3 years kind of development cycle, right? But it's not like your relationship starts and ends like in that meeting. Relationship might start in that meeting, and then it's going to go for the next 3 years. So we want to find like good partners that we can work with for the next 3 years. We want to find folks who know how to communicate, like in all the ways you have to communicate. We want to know folks like have that business edge that we talked about, right? Because if we're dropping like, $3 million on something, I'm just throwing out a random number, by the way. Do not take this as any, like, please nobody take this as like real numbers and stuff. But like if we're going to say that we're going to drop $3 million on something, right? Like we want to make sure that money is like well spent and that the team is actually supported and that it's actually what you need in order to get the game out the door. One thing about pitches too, like I love talking about pitching, by the way. Like I've done like so many talks on pitching. But like one of the things I always talk about for pitches, like, you know, I've seen a lot of really good pitches, and I've seen, you said 95% of pitches I've seen are bad pitches. And because I think it's people don't know how to pitch. They'll give me like a great idea and won't tell me what the game is. Like I said, a great idea is not a great game. A great execution is a great game.
And pitching is
So
hard.
Sorry?
And pitching is hard.
Pitching is really hard.
Yeah.
Pitching is really hard. So like I tell folks, like, you know, that sweat equity you're talking about, you know, a picture's worth 1,000 words. A demo is worth 1,000 slides. So.
Yeah, demo will solve like, a bunch of problems up front, but I don't think it's always necessary to bring one. As James was saying, if you've already got a resume that like goes all the way to the floor, like, okay, just do you, man, it's fine. But I think there's two questions that you want to ask up front. The first is, who's this for? Like, gamer is no longer like a monolithic population. It hasn't been for the last decade and a half. There's different types of people that like different types of games, and people that even don't consider themselves gamers will spend 20, 30 hours a week playing games. And so it's one of those things where when somebody says, hey, I got this idea for a game, I'm like, okay, for who? Like, tell me about your demographic. Tell me what are they into? What are they doing with your game? Is this a hangout game? Is this a, like, me and my friends get sweaty game? Like, what kind of game is this? Like, who's this for, more specifically? And then the second thing I always ask is, what's your oh snap moment? This moment in a game, somewhere in the core gameplay loop of doing what you do in this game, where you're just gonna sit down and be like, damn, that is a cool scene. Well, I'm so glad I'm doing this. Like, what's that kick where you're just like, I have to go tell somebody about this. I need to recommend I just had. If you can pin down your oh snap moment, then that is going to form the foundation of a pretty decent pitch. The one thing I might want to add to the back end of that, which is a piece of advice an executive producer at Riot gave me an age ago. He's like, once you figure out your oh snap moment, go play your game on Steam. Because for $14.99, somebody has probably made a terrible version of a game with that same idea for an oh snap moment, and you can see everything they did right and everything they did wrong, and now you don't need to spend $300,000 putting together a demo. You can spend $14.99 for a whole bunch of research and a whole bunch of like free demo experience. So go on Steam, figure out if somebody's already made a version of your game, learn from that. That'll save you time and money on prototyping. That's just practical advice.
Just as an aside, back when I worked at Capcom, we used to have like a game library that I curated, and I intentionally filled it with terrible games because you can learn so much more from a terrible game than from a good game in a lot of cases, right? You see something that's really good, you're like, how do we replicate that? Like, we don't know the nuance that they did. We don't know all the details for it. But you can play a terrible game and be like, oh, this is what we should stay away from. So,
I mean, this is life.
Play a
this
terrible
is life,
game.
This is life advice.
love
I'm,
it.
I'm taking this. I'm taking notes.
And Rudy, to that first question you called out of like who's this for? Like, I think that's a great question. I think if you can go a bit further and just talk about how you're actually tapping into that market. What are you doing that's actually going to reach the people that you're saying this is for? That's money. I mean, that's really just some powerful questions. That's awesome.
So there's two things I want to bring up. One is kind of the global aspect of this, right? So if there anything that's like in the global consideration for people that are not just US based that you want, but also what unexpected trade-offs or considerations do game companies often deal with? I can give my mic if you want to start.
Cool. Yeah, apparently my other mic was on lunch break. So there's lots of trade-offs in gaming. A lot of times when we have the opportunity to play with players, they ask, why don't you just X? Why don't you just fix your servers? Why don't you just make more content? Because there's really significant trade-offs that go into that. Like, for example, you have to think about, do I want to ship a lot of content, high-quality content, or really expensive content? You can't really do all three. So if we want to make lots of cosmetic appearances for League of Legends, okay, cool, but that means either we're going to be paying a lot for development, and that's going to raise the cost of making this game, and we have to pass some portion of that cost on to players, or they're going to be significantly lower quality, and then we have to deal with, okay, Riot's making bad skins now. And so the trade-offs that you have to make between like price, quantity, and quality is one of the like the super basic ones that producers and executives have to make all the time in regards to their games.
it's like an iron triangle for just for live ops. If you guys don't know the iron triangle, it's good, fast, cheap. Pick any two. You can pick one. You can never get all three. As a producer, I've had to had to remind people of that a few times. One of the other trade-offs that we often have to make comes down to like the end of the game when you're trying to put the game out the door, like trying to ship it, right? Determining, is the game ready? Is it ready to go? And we see this conversation online like an awful lot, right? Like people put out games and it's like it's buggy, it's not quite right, or it's online game, servers fall over, that kind of thing, and you see the backlash that you see online like from doing that. And there's usually the same kind of messages we see over and over again, like, why'd you release a broken game? Like, why'd you put you're making gamers like beta test your game, all this kind of stuff. Simply put, like, it's trade-off. It's trying to figure out like what's the right thing to do. Do you hold that game for 6 months and try and get everything figured out while you're still spending, you're still burning? Like if you have a 300-person studio, your burn rate is about $5 million a month. Like, just real talk. That's no money coming in. That's just money going out. So like there's a trade-off, there's a decision that has to be made as to whether it makes sense to go ahead and release your game. Is it good? Is it in a state where you feel like, okay, we can put it out there, we can start getting some return on this investment, and we can start fixing as we go? Or do we hold on to it and keep that $5 million a month burn? 6 months, that's $30 million. Do we think we're going to sell that additional number of units in order to like make sure that everyone has a job at the end of the day? Like, it's these kinds of really hard conversations that we have to have. It's not the fun part of games. I mean, I enjoy it, like, 'cause, I'm a nerd. Like, I'm a producer nerd. I like looking at spreadsheets and stuff. But that's the stuff that when we talk about the business of games, that's the stuff that undergirds all of these conversations. Because whenever we've had to like delay a game or cancel a game, it's never anything that is done flippantly. It's never anything that's done like just on a whim. It's a long conversation. It's hard conversation because we're talking about a creative endeavor that's probably been in development for years. We know all these folks. Like we're gamers too, right? Like, you're working on a creative thing. You want to like put it out into the world. One of my favorite parts of game development is when you put the thing out to the world and just see how people respond. You want them to love it, even if they hate it. I'll take that too. I just don't want them to be like meh. Like, I spent the last 3 years of my life on meh. I want them to give me some reaction to it, right? And so when you get into that space where it's like, okay, we're at a point where we have to delay or we have to cancel, like, that's hard. That's a hard decision that we have to make.
And put it to that, like, what do games get wrong about why games? So, like, let's talk a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Shanae hit it on the head. I mean, it's never an easy thing to do. I think we get disappointed because we get very excited for these games that are coming out, and I think we're all gamers in here as much as we're developers, and so it is tough. But as leaders, as people who are trying to lead studios, sometimes the healthiest thing that you can do for your team is recognize when to cancel and walk away from a project. It's hard, but that's what we're called to do as leaders. We have to identify when there's not a market for our game, when there's not enough investment in our game, and when we should say, hey, you know what, we need to punt on this. Because if you don't punt at the right time, if you don't cancel that project and you keep it going down the road, now you have to shut down, close your doors, lay off people. So we have to identify, and we have to, we have this, there's a few things that come to mind, like there's fail fast, or growth mindset, or just the idea that you can learn and fail fast and get rid of something, stop doing it and pivot to something else. And that's what healthy teams do. So the less we view like cancellations as failure, instead we try to cancel them as early as possible, because it's when they're later that it really hurts everybody. But trying to make sure that we're canceling early enough so that we can build for a healthy team that can pivot to the next thing that's probably a better idea that leverages a lot of the tech and ideas from the thing that they cancel, because you're always learning. So
I want to lean into this. This wasn't a question, that's a conversation asked about Black people having the Black person having the opportunity to fail fast, having the opportunity to fail at all. And I would love to hear a little bit about some of your successes or these moments where you either had to fail fast, fall on your face, you're like, oh my God, what the happened? I'd love to hear more about that, because I think that a lot of times I sit with Black women. I want to know that they're.
Yeah, I'll just quickly react to it. You're absolutely right. Like, we may not get that many at-bats. You know what I mean? Like, as far as, so you feel like when you get an opportunity, you got to make the most of it. And that's true. I mean, that's just reality. And I think all of us in this room, we're here because we have been making the most of those opportunities. And so I do think that's an important part of it. At the same time, I think we have to be willing to also understand for our own teams, our own games, that there are times where, we can't force something to be amazing. And there might be times we have to pivot. And the more that we can talk about that in a positive light, in a positive way. So you don't say, hey, I failed. We tried this thing. We failed. It's more of, hey, we tried this. Here's what we learned. And now we're building on that by doing this. We're actually pivoting from doing that because we learned X, Y, and Z. That shows growth. That shows strategy. That shows like that's ahead of a studio that I can believe in, because Shanae mentioned it earlier. Like, these are long-term relationships. So as much as we're signing your game, we're signing your team. And if I can see that your team can make strategic decisions about how to go about your games and the projects that you're taking on, I'm willing to ride with you, even if I don't even need to know what the game is sometimes. It's just I believe in you and your ability to do something that's awesome. But yeah.
You're like, oh. Switch. I was just gonna be like, we're going to church right now. Like everything that James said, I always, as a producer, I'm sorry y'all, but as a producer, like I have my little sayings and stuff. I have to that I come up with when I'm talking with my execs and I'm talking with my teams. They probably get tired of hearing them, but I'm also like sometimes I tired of repeating myself, so I got to come up with fun ways to say it. But one of the things I say a lot is make new mistakes, right? Like we learn from mistakes. Like we expect like failure is part of the process. Like when I talk about pitching and stuff, the first time you get out there and you're pitching, more than likely is not going to be the first time that you get signed. You're probably going to be pitching a lot. You're going to be iterating on that pitch. You need to take that feedback that you get and take it to heart and stuff like that too, and figure out how to like continue to be better, continue to learn, like understand like where, like who's been successful and why they've been successful. Like all of like this entire process. This is the reason I love making games, by the way. The reason I love being a part of it is because it's a creative process. There's guardrails around it, and that's the that's the space where I live in, kind of thing, right? But it gives us an opportunity to do stuff that's really, really, truly great, but also like to learn from and just continue to hone like what we do.
Yeah, I mean, one church. The thing about the types of games that we make at Riot is that we go for like marriages. Like we make live service games, so we're in this for like 10 years. If you're a valid part of Riot's game portfolio, like we want people to be playing this with their kids and they learn to play it when they were kids type of situation. And so, yeah, no, you will get things wrong over the course of 10 years, especially with a live service game. But learning from that quickly, iterating and incorporating those learnings into the next thing you put out to players, it does two things. First, it establishes credibility with players over time. That even if you get it wrong up front, you will patch it, you will make it better, and you will build that long-term relationship with players where they will give you a buy on a bad release. They will give you a buy on a bad patch or a big content drop because they know that by and large, they're going to do right by us. This game developer is going to be all right. This publisher is going to be all right. We're going to stay with the product, and that's great for your business. It also demonstrates to your executive team that this franchise is worth continuing investing in over time, because it's not just like trying random things and then succeeding or failing based on the whims of the market, but it's operating under a thesis that leads to both like a sustainable player experience, but also sustainable business over time. So when we look at these long-term proposals and we're like, okay, this is the roadmap for the next year, there's lots of little branches where it's like, okay, if this doesn't work, here's what we're going to be testing for as we try to understand why it didn't work, and here's how it's going to feed back into what we do next. Because we want to keep that learning loop going and turn that into that learning loop as a hallmark of a live service game over time.
If I can also add, there's a reason why I love like things like this too, by the way, like what Black and Gaming's doing, like all these different events that allow us to talk about the business of gaming, allow us to talk about all the different disciplines of gaming as well. The question you asked, Verda, about just experiences, like as a Black person, as a Black woman in this industry, like, I actually went through and I counted it up one day. I've been in the industry. This is my 23rd year in the industry. I've over those years, I've worked with thousands of men. I've worked with about 40 women, and I've worked with exactly 5 Black women in 23 years. One was my twin sister, by the way.
twins. Okay.
She was in the game industry for 12 years, but she's still in tech. She's not in games anymore. God bless her. But yeah, like it's hard to exist in this space, and it's challenging when we talk about, like, you know, we were just talking about the macroeconomic conditions and stuff like that as well. When everyone's getting hit, like with these layoffs and stuff, it hits Black and brown folks, it hits women, hits folks in marginalized identities the hardest. We got disproportionately hit, you know, so it makes it even harder for us to like pick ourselves up again and keep trying. We do have to keep trying. Like I said, I'm one of the, all of us up here are testaments to keep trying. You know, if you want to do it, like keep trying. Like there's communities now that can help you, like help us stay together, and this is one of them right now. So take advantage of these spaces, right? Like, you know, I'm so thankful. I love whenever I get pitches from Black and brown folks. You know, like I want us to win. I'm like Issa Rae, rooting for everybody Black. You know, like I want us to win, and I want us to do better, and I want us to like continue to invest in and influence the space.
It's important to have these opportunities to kind of get the real and hear from people. So I want to also open it up for any questions that there might be in the audience. I'm going to be your Vanna Black and come to you. And what I ask is that keep it concise, but I'm going to come find you, but I can't see yet. Okay, great, right here.
Yeah, the panel's great. Are there any areas of opportunity that you see that new game studios or new game developers should pursue for the next few years?
I can jump in there. I mean, sometimes I get asked the question in a slightly different way of like, hey, you know, what are you guys wanting to see at Xbox or ID at Xbox or, you know, at Game Pass or just whatever it may be. And the answer is pretty much always the same. Like we're not very prescriptive when it comes to what we want to see. What we want to see is like, are you making something that you're passionate about? How is it unique? And how are you uniquely qualified to deliver that? You know, and so it doesn't have to be, you know, please don't feel like you got to go and it's like, oh, is this meets this because those are profitable? It's like, no, like, what do you think needs to be in the market? And like, if you can sell us on that vision, if you can paint a picture around why that's going to be the best thing ever, and you've done your research and you know what it is, like that could be powerful, you know? So don't feel like you have to follow the same path that somebody else did, you know? On the topic, I'll also say, because there are a lot of teams that we oftentimes, they may hear no the first time that they come out. You've heard other people say it. You may hear a no to the first thing. The thing that I'm impressed by are the teams that keep working in spite of that no. And then they follow up with me in 6 months and say, can you check it out now? That shows me that they believed in that idea so much that they're willing to put in effort. And now they actually just gained a lot of credibility. I'm actually excited. I'm actually pulling for them because I see that they're actually really believing in that idea. And so I love seeing that. So if you can power through a no and continue pushing on something, that's awesome.
I think the thing that we'd be looking for is like a really deep understanding of the audience that you're going after. So the answer is not, oh, it's got to be Web3. The answer is not like, oh, it's got to be blockchain. And like all of those are means to an end, and the end is creating a compelling player experience that will like drive them over time. And so when you think about like, okay, what type of game should I make? Start with who should I make it for and what drives them, and then focus there, and then you can figure out if this needs to be an open world, blockchain, metaverse, VR, or something. That's all secondary.
Plus one to everything they said. You know, like I said, I'm over in Oculus, so we're working in VR, working in MR. It's like all emerging tech. We look for, like, my team works almost exclusively, actually completely exclusively with indie game devs. Like folks as small as like 1 and 2 people up to like maybe 50 or something like that. That's a big indie game dev if they got 50 people there working on a single game. But yeah, we're looking for like, you know, everything that James was saying, everything that Rudy was saying. Like, we're not trying to be prescriptive about what kind of game you want to make. We have things in our minds of like what performs well in the marketplace, like how can you meet success? You know, like again, those 2 questions I mentioned before. But we don't sign games based off of like market conditions or saying, hey, we actually need this in our portfolio and it needs to have these particular features that are on the platform and these particular things, you know. It's not like that, right? And so same thing that James mentioned, like, you know, a lot of times we talk with a developer and they'll bring us a pitch and we're like, okay, it's not the right time, it's not the right thing, it's not it's not quite right. And then we'll talk with them again and we'll talk with them again. And then sometimes we find the right kind of like, it's like the meeting of the minds or like, I don't know, the alignment of the stars or something like that. That's what we want. And again, like James, I don't remember how you put it earlier, but you put it beautifully about how, you know, you have to like get us excited about your pitch. Like that's one of the other things that, like, if I can give some advice about pitching, it's like we have to like feed off of your excitement. I've had folks who walked in there and they're like, "Oh my God, it's, you know, the 4th day of GDC and I'm so tired, I'm hungover, and just forgive me. Like, here's my pitch. Oh, just slide, you know, go through the slides." It's like what? We got 20 minutes together, y'all. I want this pitch to be like, I want it to be as valuable for me as for them as it for me, right? I usually like, a lot of times you won't get feedback in your pitch. Ask for feedback. You won't necessarily always get it. And sometimes you will get feedback. I like to give feedback in my pitches and stuff because I want people to come back to me and like do a better pitch next time. Take that to heart. Doesn't matter if you agree with it or not. Like, all feedback's a gift. And if you come back to me and pitch me with the same thing that you gave me, like, you know, 6 months ago, the answer's probably going to be the same. So, you know, just keep iterating on that stuff and just everything that James said.
Hi. I'll stand up right here. Okay,
I got
so part of the other half of business is the legal side of things. So I was wondering if you had any advice or maybe resources that you could share about how teams could get set up with like the legal process, because I know protecting your IP is a part of the things that you need to do when you bring other people like contractors in, like artists, musicians, even other programmers. Like, how do you go about setting all that stuff up so that everything is protected? And I'm assuming that looks good when you're talking to publishers and folks to make sure that it's like, yeah, they're getting into something that's got the proper legal protections behind it and all that good stuff. So if you had any advice, tips, and tricks about that, appreciate it. Yeah.
Great question. I mean, you know, I can't offer legal advice. That's the first disclaimer here.
I did the exact same thing. Like, I cannot give you legal
Yeah. You know, the thing I will offer, because I have a lot of studios that I work with that ask similar questions. And honestly, you know, they're part of communities. You know, we're in a community right now. You know, there are communities that exist where a lot of developers talk and share resources. They talk about how somebody went about doing something, especially a lot of just independent developers that are getting started. And so I know this is, you know, probably not the answer that you're looking for, but honestly, some of those channels, because the more that we can communicate and talk about how we solve problems, like that's how we don't have to recreate the wheel. That's how we can actually have a community that grows together. So if somebody found an awesome person that could help them with whatever it is, whatever document, like template or whatever, you know, the more we can talk about that and share those resources, I think now we actually are building community and we're helping one another. So, but also you mentioned like going into those pitch meetings and having some of that. Like, frankly, when I'm hearing a pitch, I don't need to know how you have all of these things secured and how you like, I just expect that. You know what I'm saying? So you don't actually have to show up with receipts in that meeting. If we decide to move forward, we will get into that. And so you should have it, but it's not something that you feel like you need to show up at the table with that. You should just be working on that. But I am just, if you say, hey, we got this IP, I'm taking you at face value in that pitch meeting that you secured that IP.
I'm not a game developer, but I'm like kind of a little bit of a serial entrepreneur and do a lot of startups. And I think just the one thing I would add is find people in your life, keep asking that question, and they will kind of, I don't know, it's like if you say it, if you build it, they start to come. It's a lot of people in your life that actually practice this type of law or are 1 degree away from someone in their life that practices the type of law that you're interested in. And I just say, keep talking about it. And that it's amazing how that happens. And some of them may be law students. They may be just people in your circle that can support you with that. So I just wanted to add that. The stairs almost took me out, so I'm not coming to do the questions anymore. Y'all, it's dark up there. It was a mesticle. I think someone else has a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
I want to try to say this as concisely as possible. This is a rare opportunity to have this up here. Hi. This mastermind here. And this is, I pitch to a lot of VCs, not as much as publishers as I do to VCs, but I wonder if it's the same reaction I would get if I talk to publishers. But I get this instance or these occasions when they're always moving the goalpost. You say to come back to them, I think James, 6 months after and tell them my developments. So I'll go ahead and do that, and I will have released, and I'll have actually data on how I've done since then and how many daily active users I might have, which are all juicy and important things that should show that I have traction. Traction's big. But the moment that I have that traction, I feel like I get docked for having that traction. They ask me, is your game released yet? And I said, well, yes, it is, or to a certain capacity, because I had to keep on moving forward. But it almost seems like I shouldn't have it released. So it's this weird moving the goalpost over, should the game be released, should it not be released? And I keep on getting other almost excuses rather than who knows what. So any advice when it comes to specifically maybe deciding to release when talking to VCs or publishers? I guess that might be my specific question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll quickly just jump in there. So I always lean on the side of ship something, and because when you actually ship a product, there's so much that you have to go through to get that product on the market. So that when you show up and you're talking to the next team, I already know that you've figured out a lot of problems, because a lot of games don't actually ship or see the light of day. So I know as a potential partner that you figured those out, that you can do that. And now, like I said, when I said that ratio between like show versus tell or whatever, talk versus show, like if you actually ship the game, then that actually shows me I can get a great sense for here's what they're really good at. And so when you're pitching the next game, does it build off their skills? Does it build off their expertise? So I think shipping a game actually gives a lot of credibility to your studio, especially if you focus on polish and making that game shine. It can be a short game. It could be a 2-4 hour game. But if it's polished and shows your expertise really well, that can be one of your biggest advocates when you're coming for the next game, trying to get funding for your next title. So it's unfortunate when people are moving the bar like that. That's awful. But the way you can control your own destiny is by putting that game out there and letting the market speak for it, and then building upon that skill set.
Too many microphones now. I was going to say the exact same thing. By the way, we have a question down here in the first row, like afterwards. Exact same thing. I can't speak from the VC perspective. I can speak from a publisher perspective. But we talked before about like the power of having a demo, something to put your hands on. Like I love looking at slide decks. Again, I'm a producer. That's where we live. But if I can put my hands on something and actually be able to play it, like that tells me a whole lot. If I'm looking at your game, if your game's already in the marketplace, that tells me so much about like what you had to go through in order to get your game on the marketplace. Shipping a game is really hard. It is incredibly hard. We were having a conversation right before this about how games get analogized to making a movie all the time, and how I always shoot down every single time someone makes an analogy between the film industry and the game industry. I'm like, no, that doesn't fly. Like if we were trying to have, like we said, we want to make a movie right now. We got an iPhone right here in front of us. Like we can make a movie, right? We got a set, we got actors, we got script. Like we know what we're doing, right? If we want to make a game, then what I just described right, that's not a game. That's like the cinematics pipeline part of it. That's a tiny little bit of what it takes to actually make a game. Like you'd have to have modelers and riggers and animators and folks making shaders and lighting and like so many different roles go into actually making a game. So yeah, I mean, like what you said before, like if folks are moving the goalposts, like that's terrible. But at the same time, like don't take that as the thing that tells you whether or not you want to ship your game. Get your game out there. And if you can't find if those folks are moving the goalposts, maybe they're not the right partner. Again, like there's lots of different publishers out there. They're all looking for different things. They've got like different like strategies and stuff as well. You need to find the right partner to match up with.
All I'm going to say is if your goal is to ship games, then ship games. If your goal is to make friends with VCs, then that's a totally different thing. So, I mean, if you're like, should I ship my game to make this VC happy, or should I not ship this game to make this VC happy? Just remember why you're making games, to go ship games and stay with that.
So I want to honor that we have 1 minute left, and I think there's 2 questions.
Yeah.
So, no, someone else has a mic already? Yeah?
Yeah.
There's somebody with the mic, and then I will come here. But we're going to say one person answer the question, and I'll allow those 2 voices. And Big, sorry, we're going to go a little over. Okay, go.
Totally. Yeah, thank you for having this event. I just Clubhouse event, which is focused on content moderation and just safer multiplayer experiences. And I'm in a similar field of work, but as I was looking at the folks on the panel, they were they're all white. So I was curious about Black and Gamer's thoughts around content moderation and how might be companies profiting from negative and toxic interactions, and that it's majorly going to white folks so that they're making profit off of these interactions. So from my perspective, I'm trying to make sure Black people at a foundational level in this company that I'm working with. But what are your thoughts with AI just taking off and non-marginalized folks not being able to lead that frontier.
Is this microphone working? Okay, it is. I could talk about this for days. There's a really long answer to this. One of the things we talk a lot about in the emerging tech space is being able to invent ethically. It's hard because a lot of people who are in the invention chair tend to think that, oh man, these ethics, like they just get in the way, like they're like hindering my creativity. And I'm like, no. They're directing your creativity. It is way more painful to like create your cool new invention, put it out there, and then find out that like Tay became a Nazi within 24 hours on Twitter. It's like that too, right? Like that's a lot more painful to find out that we didn't actually take those things into account. If you're not taking into account like the way that someone could abuse your system or abuse your technology, then you're not done inventing, simply put. And I think that's really true. Like moderation is one of the most common spaces where we like see this undervalued, but it's also the reason why so many of these gaming communities are so incredibly white and so incredibly male. We invest in it really heavily. We push people towards it. I'm involved in a lot of diversity, equity, inclusion market efforts at Oculus. It's one of the first things that we tackle with developers when they say they want to have an online space. It's like, hey, have you considered moderation? Like that needs to be part of your plan. Like if it's not, let me show you what's going to happen. We've already seen the end of this movie. So I'd love to talk with you more about it. It's like that as well.
I know we have one more question, and I also need to stop the panel because I want to be mindful of time. What we're going to do, we're going to have you ask your question, and everyone here is going to be available for you so that we can put it in space, but we won't get to answer it from the stage, but you can find us after. So I want you to put your question into the space and then come and find us in.
But it was a closing question. Thank you guys. Visionary filmmaker Savanzel. I really wanted you guys to talk about where the future of gaming is going. I'm leaving here going to NVIDIA and everything is around AI. So if you guys could speak about where the future of gaming is going, because I think that's where we're looking towards the future.
Really quick, you're going to do it as quick as a hot take, y'all. It's going to be quick as a hot take, okay? I'm going to let you answer that question. You ready? You got it? Quick as a hot take. 1, 2, 3, hot take.
Future of gaming is going to underrepresented developers are leading the space for us. When we talk about developers in Southeast Asia, India, Africa, untapped markets, new developers who are reaching new developers reaching new gamers is the future.
Everything that James said, I'm in VR, so of course like my future development is the holodeck, guys. Like I want a holodeck. Give me that.
Tiny games. New markets making small games are brilliant.
Yes.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to you for showing up and being like fully present. Thank you for, taking us to church and being people of wonder. Thank you. There's another panel coming up shortly after this. So you have a small break, and then there's going to be some other beautiful, brilliant minds up here to share their beautiful, brilliant souls and hearts with you. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
So if you could take your seat, we are almost ready.
Check, check, check. Yep.
Panel is going to be about empowering the next generation of Black game developers. That's what you're here for? Cool. That's not what you're here for? Might as well stay anyway. All right, so we have some lovely panelists here that I'm going to have introduce themselves in a minute. But I'm Kai, I'm your moderator for today. I am one of those next generation of Black game developers. So excited to be here. Wonderful. So let's start with having everybody introduce themselves, talk about a little bit about how long they've been in the game industry and what organizations you guys are a part of.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Mitchell. I am the Director of User Research at Able Gamers Charity. I've been in the gaming space for a little over 10 years. I was on the board for Able Gamers, and my background is disability employment policy. So I managed a lot of federal initiatives that looked at improving employment outcomes for people with disabilities.
Hi, my name is Damon Packwood, Executive Director of Gameheads. This is our 10th year anniversary, so yeah, 10 years.
Good day, everyone. I'm Keisha Walker, founder and chairwoman of the Black Collegiate Gaming Association. Super excited to be up here. I guess I'm one of the newbies. We started BCGA in May of 2020, so coming up on 4 years, and super excited. Our entire mission is getting more Blacks and women of color in the gaming industry. I am a 39-year gamer, so it was a full circle moment in 2020. Excited to be here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let's give our panelists a little round of applause. Cool. So the topic today is talking about empowering this next generation and a little bit about how we're doing outreach and figuring out the best way to make this an inclusive space for this next group of developers. And so I kind of want to start this off with a question about this next generation and when is the best time to outreach and when is the best time to talk to these youth and talk to the people that are getting into the game industry and ask when is the best time to bring them into STEM and tech opportunities? Where are the places that you've been putting your time and energy into bringing that awareness of the industry to youth? Damon, do you want to start? And then we can go around.
All right.
I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
All right. Hot. I mean, I don't know. I think anybody would agree that you start them off in STEM or STEAM, you know, as early as you possibly can. We tend, I have to admit, like I've worked with middle school students. It's hard to work with middle school students. Like I've tried to teach STEM to middle school students, and they're like, "Nah, man, I want to go play." So even though what it has been said is the earlier you can start them, the better. You know, I have found that gaming is really complex. Like it's like every media art form that we've had, you know, throughout history jammed into interactivity. So like in order to explain that, you need people to be able to, reason a bit, right? So I've always found that, at 15 is when, is a good age for students to, because they've been playing gaming enough and they've been exposed enough where it's pretty exciting. Whereas middle school students, like, they like it for about 20 minutes, you know what I mean? But after that, they want to go hit something. So that's just my experience.
Well, we started out with college students only and then figured out quickly in 2021 that there was a need to roll back to the high school levels. And I started BCGA as a result of my 11-year-old nephew, who is definitely more advanced than his age here on Earth. But we also found too, with girls, women, that we're going to start in middle school. So we just created a pilot late last year that we're launching later this month called Girls Got Game, which will be for middle school and high school girls of color. Because again, I started playing video games in high school, and it was all boys. And to give young ladies a chance to know that there's a community out there that's supportive, that's playing, and the opportunities that exist, and to get them to start seeing women that look like us in this space. And so we're launching in Atlanta and in LA later this month, and then we'll launch in Miami this fall. So super excited because those are cities that have very diverse populations of color. So super excited about that. And then we also created Corners of College as a result of Black College Con with a primary target of young Black men to help them figure out there's alternative ways of making money and using esports to get into STEM. A lot of students run away from STEM. They think it's nerdy, it's not cool, it's not popular to be in and around STEM. And so we created a new acronym for STEM, and we show them that day in and day out, gaming is STEM, and you can be successful in this space and embrace it and make money doing the things you love. And so we work with high school students there. We have after school and summer programs. We had 10 HBCUs in our member institution base that hosted week-long overnight programs last summer, and now we're expanding it to after school and summer programs.
Wonderful.
And in my audience, it's a little different since we advocate for gamers with disabilities. We partner with a lot of organizations like eSports, a lot of the national organizations that we partner with. Within our audience, a lot of people, there's guardianship. So depending on if there are young that reach out to us that are in technology, we can definitely put them in the direction, provide those. We actually provide adaptive gaming with disabilities. So we have a lot of grants, and and we partner with rehab facilities across the country. Now, if they're interested in learning about being a gamer like that, we have a whole bigger panel, which consists of over 600 players with disabilities, and they're based primarily in the United States, outside the United States, since we work with studios domestically and internationally.
Wonderful. I want to do a couple questions for each of you, since I want to hear a little bit more in depth of what your specific organization is focusing on. So Cheryl,
okay.
I'm curious to know, I know you're pushing awareness about disability and the intersection of that within the Black community through games and through gaming. And how does this empower the communities you're working with?
What we do is I work in user research. So number one, when studios are approaching us looking at wanting to have we're looking at making sure that there's representation. Because like in most industries, came from disability employment policy, it irritated me when non-people of color were talking about not really having a. So we actually partner with a lot of different organizations. So I always make sure that there's representation when we have. I always make sure that.
Awesome. And then Damon, I joined Gameheads when I was in high school through a recommendation of a friend. You've had to put up with me ever since.
Ever since.
And it really, really, truly impacted my career trajectory and the things that I'm doing these days. But I guess a personal question on my end is, how do we bridge the learning gap for new grads looking to elevate their skills? So we get them in the industry, get their foot in the door. How do you bridge that gap from that associate, from that first position to the mid to the senior positions, and sort of grow their skills so that they're not churning out of the industry as we're bringing them in?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. What we tend to do is, okay, when I just bumped into somebody earlier and I said, Kai is a student, right? Like, I don't say Kai used to be a student. Like, Kai is a student. So, like, we have this saying at Gameheads, like, once you get in, you don't get out. It's kind of like the mafia, right? So we work with you forever, you know what I mean? And I think that's what it takes. It takes creating a community, right? And having that community start with high school students in the program, but then you encourage those high school students to bring their little cousins and their sisters and their brothers and all of that kind of stuff. They family, their grandmothers, right? Like we have a design rule at Game Heads. If your grandmother don't get the game you made, you did it wrong, right? Like, because they need to understand it as well, right? Like grandmothers are the oracles of our community. So the idea that they don't get something that you've created doesn't make any sense. It means you did it wrong, right? So it's like they should get it and the little baby should get it. And then everybody should be in that community indefinitely, like period. Like my students, I don't never call them anything other than my students. Like they never leave, right? I'm like, if there's a class and we're teaching it on Saturdays, I'm going to send everybody a link. I don't care if you've been in the industry for 8 years. If you want to attend, you can attend, right? If you want to come and hang out, you can come and hang out. You want to work remotely at the office, you can work remotely at the office. And then I always encourage people. I'm like, look, you know, like I have people that are working in the industry and I'm like, are you happy there? Because if you're not, I'll make some phone calls, right? Like we regularly talk to some of our partners and we know about positions that open up and sometimes they reach out to us. Sometimes we're just aware of those positions and we're quite happy to kind of, you know, help our students transition to other studios if they need be. Right. So that it's a concerted effort. Like you have to connect with other organizations like Blacks in Gaming, like Latinx in Gaming. You have to reach into other communities. Like it has to be the Black community, the Latino community, the Hawaiian community, the Asian American community, the queer community, the disabled community. Like you got to work with everybody. And so that's what I think. I think that it has to be a concerted effort all across the board, combination of grassroots, like public school, private school, universities, and corporate efforts to make sure that people enter into the industry and stay there.
Awesome. All right, and then Keisha.
Well, I might say this: what a difference a day makes. I was at a gaming reception last night with 500 plus people, and there were only 2 other Black women in the room and 4 Black men, and the Black women walked right past me and didn't speak. So I'm excited about where I am now. I want to thank Trinidad for the invitation to be a part of today. Last night, too, was a testament for me that there's a lot of work still to be done. When I started BCGA, it was frustrating trying to find research on the numbers of us that are leading the gaming industry space. And again, another testament to the fact that there's a lot of work to do. Again, I think there's a misconception about, and nothing against the individuals that do software engineering and game design, but we continue to tell the story that there are so many other avenues, just like any part of corporate America or being an entrepreneur, that you can get into to enter into this gaming industry and space. And if you like music or graphic design or animation or marketing or counting money, we can get you into the industry. And so that's what I'm trying to push for. We'll continue to push for and expose them to individuals that are in that space. I also want to thank a couple of quick shameless plugs. My advisory board member, Belinda Scopely, is here and letting them know that there's a lot of opportunities in the mobile phone, game design space and industry in terms of working in the space, and to Sony PlayStation, Davina Mackey, for the opportunity. She first introduced me to Black in Gaming and Big. And so I'm excited about the potential opportunities to come because we have 5 strategic platforms with BCGA. It's education and giving them understanding and access. It's providing them career opportunities. It's also mentorship. And so I think Big, from a mentorship perspective, is going to be huge because our students need to know that this is not a new road that they're traveling, and that there's individuals out there that can help them to understand and navigate this space. We also give out scholarships. We've given almost $200,000 in scholarships to date to students around the country, regardless of where they attend a 2 or 4 year college, to Black and women of color. And as a woman of color, we always want to make sure at least half of those scholarships go to women because I want to keep them excited about this space. And then gaming, we build gaming labs. We've got 16 gaming labs open around the country in 9 states at historically Black colleges and universities. And thank you. People ask, why HBCUs? I am a proud 2-time graduate of Florida A&M University. So I was going to start with HBCUs. And I know that we had a much further way to go. Just in 4 years ago, only one HBCU offered a gaming degree. And only one HBCU had an actual gaming lab open in 2020. and it was actually a closet that got converted to Alcorn State University. So there was need to start there first, and we're excited about what we continue to do across the board with Blacks and women of color.
Awesome. I think the next question I want to ask is for all of the panelists. I know that outreach is really important, but specifically for marginalized youth across the board, how do we bring them into the conversations that are already happening rather than asking them to take that extra step to find the program? Because a lot of these youth don't necessarily know right off the bat, they're in high school or they're just getting into college. They might not know that these opportunities are available. So what are you guys doing in that particular avenue?
I'll start. We collaborate with a lot of Center for Independent Living centers, statewide centers. They're federal and state. They're in a lot of a lot of major cities. We share our information with them, as well as a lot of the local organizations. Like I said, most people with disabilities, they're often isolated. So what you experienced during COVID is what people with disabilities normally experience all the time. So they look to games as a form of community. And so with that said, sounded kind of weird for a minute there. What I was going to say was, I lost my thought. But with people with disabilities, they're already isolated. And so, oh, well.
It'll come back.
Yeah.
First of all, though, DEI is under attack. And for those of you that are working at corporations that are out there, we need you to continue to be a voice. If you have a Black ERG and or you're in a women ERG within your veterans ERG within your corporations, we need you to continue to let your senior leadership know that diversity will and always matter. And just because George Floyd's grave is cold now, that it's not okay to stop supporting initiatives that allow the opportunities for them to come back and recruit. I'm always going to propose coming to HBCUs because I know the amazing products that come out of them and the numbers that they can reach by coming to them. And there's programs out there that exist, and we've got students ready who are qualified and talented. Just had a conversation with a company I'm not going to name last week trying to tell me they couldn't find Black CIS, computer information science majors. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Where are you looking in terms of entry level positions? And so, the big thing is we need a support system out there of corporations that matter, and we need them to want to continue to recruit and want to continue to hire, provide internship opportunities. A lot of these students have never had exposure to gaming and tech companies, especially at our HBCUs. Until they came a lot of times with and through our conversations and negotiations. And so they need to know what's important on a resume, in a portfolio, what that needs to look like, what type of questions they should be prepared to answer. So again, they can get that initial opportunity in the door. And even if there's externships or part-time opportunities out there, please share that with Big, and so we can continue to get that information and exposure to and through the students. We're also meeting students where they are. So we're going to parks and recreational centers around. We connected with an organization, and they're connecting us to the housing authorities in communities to help get gaming labs built within the housing authorities, to help those students. There are some amazing products in and around those communities. And so we're building relationships there to continue to expose them to the fact that these games you play can be the games that get you out of whatever scenario situation you might be into, and success is yours with and through gaming and esports.
What was the question again? They blew me away with their answers, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm answering.
The question is, how do we bring the conversation to the youth where they are, and how do we make sure that we're finding them so that we can engage people as they are, rather than having them have to take those extra steps in order to get to the resources that we're providing?
Yes. So, we attack this in many different levels. Like, one, okay, you got to find them. So we go out into the community. One, there's social media, obviously. You should be putting out, as much content as you can on social media. But also we go to the churches, we go to the community centers, we go to the schools. We built relationships with them so that we're not just showing up one day. Like, we collect our high school students' transcripts. So we show up like, yo, I'm here to collect transcripts. So, you have to work with the students, like, I'm not here to teach you about games. I'm here to help you graduate from high school, get into college, graduate from college, get a job. It just so happens to be the tech or the video game industry, right? When you do that, people are like, oh, okay, you're not necessarily here for an agenda. You're here to actually help people. So like, another thing that we do with our students is like, we offer them, free therapy. We offer them like educational counseling, professional counseling, access to financial aid, access to hardware and software. So what we're doing is we're not helping you get into the game industry per se. We're helping you like improve your life. So whatever barriers that you have to being successful, we try to find opportunities to, to help you with that. Like we also created a video game center so that, it's like you have these tech centers, you have these community centers. It's like, why not have a video game center? Right. And it's just, and it's not there where you play video games. It's there where you learn about video games. So we have a gaming library. We have a video game library and a book library. We have a virtual production studio, an art animation illustration or art animation engineering lab, right? Like we have conference rooms, like we set all of that up, but we also designed it so that the professionals would feel comfortable there because we want the professionals to show up too. Like we don't want it to look like, like the YMCA, no pun to the YMCA. We want it to feel like an actual company so that, if y'all decide that y'all want to show up, y'all gonna be like, oh, okay, this is lit, right? This is a nice little they go to a nice little comfortable chair. There goes some comfortable couches. There go like a nice little conference room that you could do a conference call. So
I show up to co-work at GameHead.
Exactly. I'm like, yo, I want to come over here and work. Like, come over here and work. I'll be in the other building, right? So we have like 2 buildings on the same block, right? So we created the video game center. But then when you get in as a young person, when you get into the program, one thing that we do is we make sure that our students are out there talking about the program. So like our content that we put on the website, like almost everything we put out is made by students. Like the animated logo Kai did, like when Kai was like, what, a freshman in college or something like that. The person that's in, like the people that are running the stream right now are our students. Like they're all up there.
Shout out to Zoram in the back.
They're all running the stream right now. Zoram was a former student, and then I hired him, and all of our content that we put out is either done by him or supervised by him. So it's like, I always tell people like, yo, the old people got to move out the way and let the young people talk about like the industry, talk about the program, like let them do it. And then our job is just to sit back and be like, yo, what do you need? You know what I mean? And if they mess up, you're like, all right, you messed up, but that's cool. It's all right. You just messed up. It's all good. Like I mess up all the time. Right. So, and then when you get in, you have to teach them that gaming is not new for us. Like there's messages out there that makes it sound like we just showed up to gaming. No, we did not just show up to gaming. Like we always been gaming. Like the arcades, we were always there. Fighting games, like I actually didn't notice until recently, like Black folks over-index in fighting games, right? Like it's like you have to like teach them that stuff. You have to teach them like we've always been a part of the gaming industry. This is nothing new. And we've always been a part of games, right? Like whether it's sports or whether it's hand clap games or double dutch or, you know what I mean? Or hip hop, hip hop has game-like qualities. Like we've always been a part of it. And once they start hearing that, they feel like, this is my space. Like gaming is my space. I deserve to be here. Therefore, I deserve to work here and have a career here. So
I did want to add that with people with disabilities, the unemployment rate is really high. So with our playtesters with disabilities, this is an opportunity for them to test the games, to provide feedback to the studios, and also to leverage that experience to build their resume, because a lot of them want to get into this space. And so this is one way that they're able to kind of leverage that experience by getting paid a fair wage for the test the game, because we advocate for that. They're not getting an Amazon gift card. They're actually getting an hourly rate that is worth their time. Because a lot of times the studios approach us because we are a nonprofit. They think this is charity work, and it's like you're a multi-billion-dollar company that's going to utilize this feedback from these individuals that may have are colorblindness, or they have a vision impairment, or whatever, you need to pay them for their time. So.
On that same note, Cheryl, I guess my question is, in terms of someone who is running a studio or someone who's in a studio that's doing outreach, if they want to do more about accessibility and they want to reach out to able gamers, what are the resources that you guys have set up in order to help bring those connections in?
Sure. When studios are interested in building a more accessible game, we have a sister site called accessible.games where we have design resources that are available. There are 22 design elements that look at access and challenge, and those are free information that you can download and look at and assist you with developing your game. We also provide certification training called the Accessible Players Experience. All that information is on our website. You can review the information, you can sign up for training. Training does cost, but we also have initiatives where we're trying to promote more people of color through the certification training program. It's called the DPAT initiative. And feel free to reach out to me. I can forward that information to you. It's run by one of my colleagues, Stephen Whites, and we're able to enroll a certain number of developers or people within the game space within our training course. It's a 2-day, 16-hour class, and that you can get certification in accessible player experience.
Awesome. I'm going to go look that up right after this. All right. I have one more question for the entire panel before we open it up to questions. But I guess on the same note of larger companies and sort of engaging with these larger groups, how do we get these companies to show up and reinforce these programs that already exist? So we have all three of you, the companies that you're a part of, obviously interact with the AAA studios and sort of the larger powers at work. How do we get them to exist in spaces where they're actually needed the most? Not just show up and do a training internally, but to show up on the ground to engage with youth.
All right.
Go for it.
One, we need to tell them don't come here and do that. Like, that's number one. Like, one thing I used to get a bad reputation for telling people don't call me and ask us to your facility. Like, I used to tell them that. I'm like, yo, we are not coming to your company to tour your facility until, like, we will come there when you invite us for an interview, or we'll come there because we're working on builds and we want you to look at them. But the 6 hours that it would take for us to get the students prepared, bus them to your facility, and bring them back is 6 hours of training that they lose. And what I constantly hear is that your students are not well trained, or they're not good enough, or they're not qualified. So I'm like, we're going to focus on qualifying, right? Like, we're going to focus on training. And if you guys like want to know about us, come and visit us. You know what I mean? So that's one thing, is we kind of have to push back on some of that. But, you know, another thing, the thing that we did that I thought was dope is we just went to the people that worked at the companies. We didn't actually go to the companies. We reached out to individuals that worked at the companies. We saw that GDC, I think it was a report years ago that said that most people that worked at the companies actually value diversity. That was like across, you know, ethnicities, across genders, like everybody valued it. So we went to them. And then after a while, when opportunities came up for the companies to say, hey, we want to work with, you know, some nonprofits in the industry, like, it was very well known that a lot of video game companies used to work with nonprofits that had nothing to do with games. And a lot of people that worked in the game industry was like, why aren't you guys working with the nonprofits that are actually focused on? So once we, you know, got enough of a following amongst video game employees, all across gender, all across ethnic backgrounds, et cetera, that's when gaming companies said, hey, you guys have a. That's one thing.
I would extend that and say, too, a lot of corporations have amazing talent out now working virtually from home. Allow them to come on any of our 16 HBCU college campuses, because our HBCUs don't have the intellectual power on campus to teach the electives and the classes I need for them to get the minor degree offerings and to get the students the information they need from people that are working right now in the industry. if your companies will allow you to come and do a virtual and or an in-person class at these college campuses. Virtual works for us because then we can touch all of our campuses and provide the degree offering. So that's my delay and hold up right now. Each time I go back to these HBCUs is that we don't have the money and or we don't have the people. So if you can bring it on campus, we'll give you the space, the whatever you need, and the students are ready. We've got esports clubs, both competitive and recreational clubs on these campuses that are going everywhere from 16 to 187 students who are playing on these HBCU campuses and are excited. And they need to see and hear and learn from individuals so they can then take that information and build their resumes and get prepared to go after these internships and job opportunities that are out there. So that's definitely how they can ask. And of course, you can always write, and we'll be more than happy to take a check. And I'll go find and pay the people to come on campus and teach these classes. And then we need dollars too for scholarships. We have a 501c3 and we give out scholarships, and we need to we lose students at colleges, no matter what MSI, PWI, HBCUs. Some of them have $5,000 or less they can't pay to graduate from college, and they're sitting without a degree because they've got an outstanding balance. So if you can give scholarships to help them get over that hump and get them ready to go out and work in this space and industry, we could use those resources as well.
We go after grants. We leverage grants. In the past, we've had Dell grants where we're the capacity building grants that we were able to share our APX training with a lot of universities. So that's what we normally do. And then with the play testers within our database, we have newsletters, and we share a lot of content through our newsletters. We use a lot of information through social media. We have a Discord channel, so they're constantly being learned. They're told of accessibility features and new games as we learn about them. Since we work with a lot of different studios, and once the game that we've worked with has gone to market, we can highlight some of those accessibility features for our different audiences to let them know. And then, of course, through our Discord channel, they're able to meet other players that play the same game. So it's a win-win for us.
Awesome. I think that's all the time we have for the panel questions, but I'd like to open it up to see who would like to. I saw over there. Yeah. We want to keep. Okay. Let's keep the questions concise and on topic, but excited to hear.
Hello, my name is Valencia Coleman. I am a gameplay engineer at Alchemy Labs, and I'm a part-time graduate student at SCAG, so full-time employee, part-time student. So my question is that I'm actually got the opportunity to make some changes in the gaming academia at my school at SCAG, and I'm actually TA in their design class. So what are the gaps in gaming academia and gaming industry that you see, and how can, people like me try to remedy it?
Like I said earlier, I think for us, it's the lack thereof of those opportunities across campuses. So I think if there's an opportunity to create this virtual degree, this virtual certification opportunity where students, regardless of where they live and exist, can have a chance to get access to the learning, and then use that to transfer to an opportunity to get opportunities is where that exists. That capital you have, package that, see how we can transfer that and take that to other colleges. Don't have the opportunity to have resources that you do at SCAD. Congratulations and thank you.
Hi, my name is Marvin Thompson. I'm currently a grants manager at LA Care, but graduate of Tuskegee University and Morehouse School of Medicine. My question is, with all that's going around with the industry, with the excessive amount of layoffs, we might have information of it was just because of the excess hiring that happened during COVID and companies over preparing for that. But how do you guys keep students motivated with all that negative news circulating? How do you keep them interested in the field and wanting to, actually see them be successful and go through that industry?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I always tell people is that our primary stakeholder is the students, not the gaming industry. Okay? And I think once they hear that, they understand, it's a little easier for us to teach them, right? So I've said this before, like, you know, technology is moving really, really fast. We all know this. We don't necessarily know what the next 20 years is going to look like, right? 2 years ago, we weren't talking about AI. Now we're like, oh my God, everybody's going to lose their job because of AI, right? Well, we don't know, right? But what we do know is a lot of people, most people agree that there's certain skills that you're going to need in the 21st century: critical thinking, problem solving, right? Like learning how to learn, having an academic mindset, communication, collaboration, et cetera, et cetera. So we make it very clear to our students that that's actually what you're learning. You're learning the skills that you need to be successful, right? We're going to teach you all of this software, and this software, whether it's Unity or Unreal or Figma or Jira or, ZBrush, Substance Painter, right? Blender, like all of this stuff you're going to need in several different industries. And if you decide that you want to go in the game industry, cool. If you want to go in the tech, cool. If you want to go someplace else, that's fine as well. But like, let's try to make this fun. So how do we make it fun? Well, we all like games, right? If I told you that I was making a program that was around deeper learning pyramid, learning how to collaborate and communicate with people. But if we do that in the context of video games, which is something we all love, or anime or what have you, people are like, oh yeah, that's lit. So it's like, all right, cool. If you kind of like do that and you go deep, you can work in the industry. You could start your own company, right? But if you decide that you want to pivot and do something else, you still have a very good skill set. So it's just about being realistic.
I was going to say it's more about the skills. It's not about the employment. The people that we represent, they're looking more of getting skills and being able to leverage that to work. Because like I said, most of them don't work at all. And so they see this as an opportunity to help build their resume.
Not to put politics in this, but it seems like every 4 years people start downsizing, getting scared about what the leadership change is going to look like. And a lot of times too, especially from a student perspective, I tell them people they normally eliminate are the people that are making the most money, getting the most amount of benefits and 401k. And then they want to try and bring in people that are consultants, temporary. They don't have to pay benefits. So there's still opportunities out there. Get the skills, get the knowledge. And again, if you may not be able to work right now in the gaming tech space, you can like transfer these skills and work somewhere else and then come back around to your love and passion, or do it on the side as an entrepreneur and work in corporate. But just know there's still money and opportunity out here. It just may take you a little long to dig and find it. You've got to be prepared so that when the opportunity knocks, that you are able to open the door and be ready to walk in and knock it out.
Hello, everyone. Malia Atta, manager of culture and belonging at Insomniac Games. So we don't have a hard time attracting Black talent, but we have a hard time retaining them, not at Insomniac, at other places. So I was wondering what you think the gap is and how we make hospitable environments for this Black talent that we're bringing in the doors that seems to be leaving us almost as soon as we get them.
It's got to start from the top. When they know that the top values diversity and everything that it brings to the table, and it trickles down to that middle management level, right above middle manager that's responsible for the Blacks that report in. I spent 10 years in corporate, and every time, the person that managed me did not value diversity, didn't understand diversity. And a lot of times the person over them did, but that wasn't who I was reporting to, who kept giving me hell when they didn't understand me being open and or them thinking I was smarter than them or whatever the case may be. So a lot of times it's making sure the right people at the right levels are trained and embrace and truly are committed to diversity and inclusion, and also that they support the Black ERGs within the companies, and that you can have a Black ERG and you're not questioned about when you go to those meetings and spend that time and whatever programming is done with and around those ERGs.
I was going to say you have to build the culture. I know that a lot of studios reach out to us where a lot of developers want to push more accessibility, but they don't know where to begin. So a lot of times they reach out to us for us to do like a brown bag meeting or orientation on accessibility. And we talk about market share and different things like that, kind of to help push their agenda. And I think in the same in this respect, you have to build that culture. If you don't, no one's going to stay.
I think when I first started, I kind of looked at what like Lisette, Marcus, a lot of like people that have been in an industry for like 20 years, or I kind of looked at what they were doing, and I noticed that they all were like, like a crew. You know what I mean? Like whenever GDC would happen, like you would always see them at dinners together or at parties together, and it just was very obvious that they all knew each other. So I remember when we were developing Game Heads, the idea was that, okay, you need to build as much of a community as you can within Game Heads so that these folks are all friends forever. Like they're all in a group forever. So when, we have this saying, like if you hunt alone, you might eat. If you hunt together, you will eat. So like that's kind of what we do with our students is that you guys are all in the program together, but when you are going out into the industry, you're in the industry together. You guys all look out for each other. I think that, when you see, because I study diversity, like how did we diversify certain industries? And we did that by our talent, our numbers, our allies. We need allies. Like we can't do this by ourselves. And there were some things that we knew how to do that were just different. Right? Like I'm a hip hop kid. Like when hip hop started, like everybody was like, "What are y'all doing?" Nobody knew what we were doing. Like it took them a while to emulate it, to copy it. So we always talk to our students like experiment, do things differently. Like, right? Don't do things that you see, right? Don't do things that you play. Do things differently. Like we need to come up with our own trends. The next 40 years need to look different, right? And then we need to like bombard the industry with talent. Like to the point where there's like, yo, there's too many people knocking on the door. There ain't nothing we can do. We got to let them in. Right. And we can't get rid of them because there's too many people in here. Right. You ever have to throw a house party, you try to get rid of people. There's too many people in the house. Like, it ain't going nowhere. It's over. Like that house party is going off. It's too many people in the house. So that's what we do. You know what I mean? We're really big on like, make sure that they're good. Make sure that they're all one unit. Make sure that they're all diverse. And make sure that they have like a very different voice. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of, I think, works.
How you guys doing? My name's Damien. I'm an augmented reality developer. I'm really concerned with no code editors, things that allow people to kind of come into the space a little easier. What I found is I work a lot with artists, analog artists, people who are outside of the gaming space, and it's not really till we kind of show them different ways to bring augmented reality into their art that they're really all about it. So I guess my question, it might be something more for BCGA, but how are you attracting people into gaming that may not know that it's something that's for them?
We have both Women Got Game and Black College Con, which is for college students, regardless of where they attend school, and it's also now for high school students who have already started, either they're dually enrolled or they plan on attending college, that we invite to participate. We have a summit on Friday here at A16Z's offices. So shout out to Logitech and Believer and A16Z for supporting and allowing us to provide that summit for free to young women. We have 100 young women of color that will be there on Friday. So we're super excited about that. But we expose them during what we call some networking meetups during the course of the summit, as well as during the panels. And they get a chance to see, we have a panel called The Wide World of Gaming at both. And they get a chance to see all things that's gaming. So AR, we do crypto, blockchain, drones, so AI, we talk it all. And so they can see that this is there's a whole world out there that wraps around and involved in gaming. And you all need to look at those opportunities too. As again, we're few and far, and there's an opportunity for a lot more. Great question.
All right. I think we have one more question. So, yeah.
That's me. Hi.
Make it good.
Yeah. I'm Agodi Beloved Ulanwa, independent game developer with my younger brother. So we were kind of self-taught. We taught ourselves how to develop this fighting game that we're working on. And I was wondering about how can you empower entrepreneurship in the gaming space? It seems like there's a lot of talk about going through schools and things like that. It was difficult for us because, we didn't really have that type of foundation, but we taught ourselves by, watching a lot of YouTube videos. But I was wondering, are there any communities or any things that you guys provide for, kids or, teenagers looking to get into the space without the proper route. Quote, air quotes on proper route.
Well, with people with disabilities, it's slightly different. They have what's called waivers. So if there is someone with a disability that actually, depending on what the state that they live in, they can leverage those employment waivers to look into entrepreneurship and stuff like that. It's not something that we advocate, but of course, since we are a disability organization, we encourage them to reach out to their state or, federal, what resources are out there if that's what they're interested in.
Okay, fine. All right. Thank you all for hanging out for this panel. Looks like we're having to wrap up, but all of us will be in the lobby area for a little bit afterwards. So if you want to approach and ask the questions you didn't get to ask, chat a little bit more. All three of these wonderful people are making amazing change in the industry, and we want to hear your ideas so that we can bring all of that to the companies and make that big change. Thank you so much.
Right. You love it. You love to see it. You are. So today, everybody, we will be doing the music behind video games featuring our Black performers. Let's give just a moment for us to get stuff on screen, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Very excited for this one. This will be our last panel for the break, and then we'll be going into the big awards at 6. If we can, we're just waiting for our screen here. If we can. Introduce our lovely panelists. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just get the ball rolling. Absolutely. So let's start out by introductions. I'm Jabari. I'll be moderating this panel, and we're going to have our lovely panelists introduce themselves. And if you all just can pass the mics, please give us your name, who you are, what you do, company that you work with, and just kind of a little quick introduction about yourself.
Audio technical, right? Hi, I'm Chase Bethia. I'm a professional video game composer and technical music designer. I've been working in the industry for 13 years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've shipped over 25 games in that time thus far. Won some awards many awards for my work in the industry. I represent myself. I'm independent, freelance, and happy to be here. Thank you, Black and Cuban Foundation, for having us.
Hello, my name's Jasmine Cooper. I have not won many awards like Chase, but that's okay. Not yet. No, not yet. Yeah. Primarily a video game composer, freelance as well, independent. Don't work for any companies. I've been doing it off and on for like 10 years, so it's been a long time. Yes, about it.
Testing. Oh my gosh. So my name is D'Anthony Wooten. I grew up in Kansas City, and I am a composer, freelance. I worked on Dave the Diver, which got released last year. I've not been working in games as long as them, but I've also worked in some like film and independent projects. I've done commercials in Japan and just various works. So I'm based in LA. And yeah, that's me.
All right, absolutely, yes. And y'all do not need to be shy. I get it, we trying to be on our best behavior, but yeah, y'all can clap and scream and all of that. Listen, we in here, okay? Yeah, there we go. You know what I'm saying? Bring the energy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got that melanin in this room, you feel me? Okay, cool. So really excited for this one as well. Chase, me and you go back. Always loving your work. Let's just start this off, right? This is an artistic panel that we got here, right? They're creating art. So the first question, and I'd like to hear from all of you, you know, where do you get your inspiration, right? You can talk about composers that you like, or just how you get in your zone. Maybe you got a muse you go to when you need to do your thing. But yeah, talk about your inspiration, and maybe just even folks you like to listen to.
All right. So my inspiration, it's going to sound really cheesy, but it is video game music. When I started, I was setting up the Game Boy on the counter on a dresser, and I figured out how to do the AB or sound tests on Final Fantasy Legend 2. So that was my radio, and that's where it came from. And I've been writing music since the Game Boy Camera, the first selfie. Bite me if you wish. And so, I mean, the inspiration just comes from everywhere. Look around you, look everywhere. It just comes wherever you want to pull it from. You pull from it. So, but mostly video game composers, mostly film composers, and things like that too. But really, what I'm finding now is that the inspiration is within. And so I've been tapping into that childlike form and remembering what it's like to experiment.
I feel like my approach to composing might be kind of weird. Like I get inspired by restrictions, and so I do like to kind of play with exactly what tools am I going to be using. You know, have I tried approaching it from this direction? I always use this. Is there a way that I can make this soundtrack say the same thing if I limit myself to certain instruments or certain feelings or emotions? So I'll say restriction really does pull out certain aspects of creativity that I didn't think I would be able to find if I didn't approach composition otherwise. And then in addition, just listening to people, same thing, music composers, people that inspire me. So I would definitely say that as well.
Yeah, inspirations. Well, when I was a kid, I mean, I loved listening to video game soundtracks. I had a Nintendo 64 when I was younger, so I remember like games like Bomberman Hero and Goemon and like all these different types of games that, you know, I would spend hours on the Game Boy Advance with my ear next to it, and my mom would yell at me. She'd be like, "You're gonna go deaf. Like, stop listening to this music so close." But I think the evolution of the inspiration kind of changed for me. Like, I feel like I'm more aware of like acoustics, like listening to space and sound and really playing around with those elements. Honestly, even just stepping away from music for a little bit is kind of helpful for me, like going to nature and like really just enjoying those moments, knowing what that feeling is, and having life experiences is very helpful. But yeah, I listen to everything. Like I've been into indie rock recently, like a lot of bands that I'm kind of exploring that like to explore space and like, you know, pedal work and like that sort of thing. So
Yes, see, there you go. I was just about to say, I didn't get no artists. So drop some artists for me. Like who's on the Spotify or your little YouTube playlist or whatever. Who y'all listening to?
I've been listening actually to a band called She, Hers, Hers, which is it's a Japanese band actually. And I really like the way that they play with simple synthesizer and, you know, kind of like they have the simple ideas, but also like they're exploring the space with like how they add reverb or like delay or sort of like making the space, like playing with, you know, panning and that sort of thing. So
All right, I'll say three. There's a artist named Forever Pavot who is this French composer who does like a lot of 70s synthesizer stuff that I really freaking dig. I'm a huge fan of Tigran Hamasyan. The jazz Armenian part, it's like prog metal on piano. It's effing delicious. And then oh no, I had another one. There's Nature Boy, I think, Nature Boy Flacco. He did a video game soundtrack that is like synth and weird sounds. It's great. There you go.
All right. Yeah, everyone from Jesper Kood to Animals as Leaders to Tame Impala to Quincy Jones, and like yeah, just always just thinking about. I have like a video game music workout playlist. So then there's like Blood Dragon. I'm not playing. Yeah, Vegeta Gym. Look out for it. But yeah, it's just, and like I said, right now I'm just absorbing a lot of different styles.
Oh man, okay, that's dope. I want you to share the workout video game playlist. Okay, so next question. Let's see, what do we got? When you're creating art, right? For most of us, you do it because you love it, right? Because it's fun. So take us back to a time when you had a lot of fun creating. Maybe you got really weird in the studio, or something kind of came out different, but it was still dope, or I don't know, you featured with some other artist or whatever the case may be. Tell us something about a really fun project that you did.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. That's a good question. I mean, I will say back in college, when I was attending Berkeley, because I went to Berkeley College of Music, I had a session, or kind of like a video game scoring session, because there are courses that would teach us how to kind of score to those things. And I had a lot of fun actually using guitar, which I'm not a guitarist, but just like speaking with the guitarist and sort of like having him try different techniques. I really enjoyed the experimentation elements. And as a pianist, it's kind of like it's a foreign world for me, like working with string instruments sometimes. Like I think sometimes I can write very pianistic, like I think as a piano player, and not like a guitarist. So I was like having a lot of fun. I was like, oh my gosh, like press that button, like press that pedal. Like I was like just enjoying the moment. So that was like a moment for me that kind of like pushed me out of my element a little bit. So yeah.
I'd say a project that I had the most fun on was one that unfortunately, but like many, didn't get released or even really started. But I personally don't really enjoy using like electronic or synthesizing stuff. And this project was set in a futuristic setting, and I was so inspired by the developer and their art and the story. Like the story involved like, buried women and bodies and women loving women, and so like queerness, and I was just like, this is great. And then I could dig into like, I'm a huge fan of Bjork, and I could do weird texturally. I keep hearing myself. Is that? Oh, that's a weird. Sorry.
Etherealism is real.
I was like somebody feels the same way I do. No, but I have some of those tracks on my website, and that project pushed me in ways I never thought that a project could. And I'm so proud of the work that I did for that. I might even try and go back and like create a fake soundtrack for that game. It inspired me so much in a medium that I didn't like at the time. I definitely would say it would be.
Yeah, there's a game I'm scoring right now called Sunken Stones, and my task is to bring the sound back from the Caribbean. On my mom's from the UK. Thank you. Yeah, my mom's from the UK, and my family's from Barbados on my mom's side. So I have to pull back that Western sound. It's no more like Pirates of the Caribbean, no more D major and Hans Zimmer style. It's really just going to be, what does that sound like? And so, knowing me, I pull out, I'm a big researcher. So I have Rogue Galaxy, I have Sid Meier's Pirates, I bought Risen 2, I have Black Flag. It was just a reason to like do the research and understand Escape from Monkey Island as well, Legend of the Black Buccaneer. So I'm playing the research of that. But the biggest thing is I get to buy a pirate mask and I get to drink Bombay and I get to write pirate music in the Caribbean style right now. So I pull out all the toys. I even just got a jaw harp. Don't test me right now, right? You saw the harmonica. So I'm having a lot of fun. I remember, like I said, I'm really tapping into what it's like. We had a toy chest, most of us as a child, and you have your toys in that toy chest, and most of our parents would be like, clean up this mess. But now I'm an adult. I have the toys of the instruments, so I don't have to clean up any mess. Just to do whatever I want. So I'm having a lot of fun doing what I want with a pirate mask.
That's awesome. What I learned is the secret to composing is to dress up in character and have the perfect drink. So thank you for those tips. So with music, right? It's very artistic, right? And we're having fun. We're creating, but then it's also technical. And I feel you though too, Jazz. Like it's kind of cool to go back when it's purely organic too, right? But we've got like all this new technology with your VSTs, programs, and all this and that. So how do you all feel just about the technical side of music and composing, right? We see different innovations happening. Is there anything that's like really interesting? Any interesting tools, techniques, technology that's happening? And then also, are there things that we should be doing with technology we aren't doing it? Jazz, why don't we start with you? It's a tough one since I know you like the pure analog. Put you on the spot.
I guess in terms of technology that's being technology that is being used that's fun or that I enjoy. I mean, like music programming has been around for forever. I don't think that's anything new, but I know I am like have a recent project where I'm doing audio programming, and I actually love it. And I really feel like if you're trying to enter the video game space, trying to think in that way, I feel like definitely changes your perspective away from simply creating something to be dropped into a game. But how can you create this piece and layer it in a way that, like, how can you change the way that the player interacts with music? Because like already we're used to, you got music and when it's nighttime it changes, right? But like how can you go a step further with that? Could you do it to where if you're writing a piece of music and depending on, I don't know if it's I guess one of the games I'm writing for is based in nature. And like, if you write a piece of music where if you're around a particular type of bug, a particular type of instrument plays, is there like, can you take that modular approach to music and just expanding outside of what we've already grown accustomed to? Music programming and how it works with the player. And I guess things that we about, I know probably don't want to hear it, but finding ways to utilize AI into your, like it's coming, but I think what a lot of people are afraid of is AI taking the place of creativity, and that's definitely not what I'm talking about. But I guess maybe one really bad example I was thinking of was there's a program that I saw at one point where you could take an image and create a sound out of that image. Well, what if you could, have AI generate, I don't know, some ugly image, but then create it into a sound, and you find a way to implement that sound into the work. So not obviously AI not taking the face of it, but finding ways that we can implement AI into our work ethical way. I feel like that's probably definitely.
Those are all actually very good thoughts. Like I kind of resonate with that. I still feel like technologically, like sound has always been like stereo, like left, right. And I know that virtual reality is kind of like more popular now. I feel like we're still, I guess like society is still kind of stuck in stereo in some ways, even though that we like try to like push the limits of like making sound in different spaces, but like it's still, at least to me, whenever I've played VR games, like just to test them, it still feels a little bit unbelievable to me. or maybe even like the sensory of like, you know, where objects or enemies or danger might be. I still feel like even just with music, it's still very stereo based in some ways. And I know there's like, you know, surround sound and like ways to play with, you know, music, but also just kind of exploring like that setting in VR. Like, you know, I know people are exploring it, but I just haven't seen something, at least for me, that I felt like is extremely convincing, like from a musical standpoint, especially. Like, I really think tapping into that would be interesting. And for like my workflow, I'm just honestly, I'm still very big into MIDI editing, MIDI, you know, MIDI changes. Like, I'm very particular about how I want instruments to change. I'm kind of like Jasmine. Like, I prefer like analog or even just like recording other people to my work, because I think the more human it is, even with mistakes, I've always resonated with that more. But it just depends, I guess, on the situation. So.
Yeah, but I have to also add on to what you were saying, Jasmine, in terms of the interactivity and the adaptive and the interactive design. I used to be chair of the Interactive Audio Special Interest Group. It's a legacy organization that prompted and started MIDI in games because of that. So to have that, been chair of that, was a big honor. And so I used to memorize all of the middlewares that go with that. But I, like you, fell in love with the interactivity when I had discovered implementing, anyone know Mugen? It's fighting game community. Yeah. So a lot of people don't know, but I actually did my own implementation of my own music when I was told like music songs in video games. Okay, we'll figure this out. Make the music, put it in the game. Yu Yu Hakusho versus Death Star. Put music in, got it going. And that was my introduction to interactive and dynamic or implementation. But beyond that, was able to create a fighting game that starts from the menu music into a rhythm form to fight with like Bushido Blade and robots of the 90s style. And then from the beginning of the menu screen all the way to the fighting part, all the way to the victory, and then loop seamlessly back into the menu, along with a different style of activity things that I've go about. So that is, I'm geeking out with you right now in terms of that. And that workflow is beyond loops, should definitely be that in terms of what it is. It should be way more. And like you were saying, just for a bug to be flying or you to blink or things like the design, you're catching on very well. I'm very excited. And in terms of workflow, I kind of had this perpetuance of knowing that the AI workflow in tandem would be something that you could help you along the way. And like, oh, I don't want to use those chord progressions, but I'm really good at theory, but I'm very lethargic today. What do you think? Oh, use the A7-5 on the B. No, but thank you. Or about this one? All right, cool. Yeah, I'll use that and then keep that going. And that could be the workflow that could be implemented as well. But even cooler would be more, iZotope was already doing this, the presets of doing understanding mastering and getting more technical with those. And as you were saying, D'Anthony, too, is like Dolby Atmos mixing for more enjoyable experiences, even out of context for concerts and virtually feeling like you're in that space. There's a lot of different technological things that we can produce and put forward, but it really just takes like a lot of purpose and design to go with it intentionally.
Yeah. Wow. All of those things, right? All right. No, it's amazing. Music's so interesting with games. I know even too, I was so surprised to start seeing those like music concerts. Like, anybody see those like Fortnite concerts where they'll have, I'm too old to even remember who was before, but it's there you go. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that kind of stuff is even happening now. I got a follow-up for you all. Can you all tell when it's a real instrument and when it's not? And I guess to be clear, right, for the audience, a lot of the VSTs that they're using as composers, they're still technically real instruments. Like, there was an actual musician who was recorded in a studio, but it's being played back through all this processing and all these other things. But can you all tell when it was, you know, when you're just listening to somebody else's music, can you tell if like, oh, that was a real violinist, or if that was like software?
Yes. Yes, I
Really?
can definitely tell. Especially the solo instruments a lot of times. Like, I mean, I use cinematic soul strings a lot, but whenever I hear like the same vibrato patterns, I'm like, this is definitely the same instrument like that I use. Or just, I mean, a lot of times I think it's really just in, again, the mistakes. I think that's what I hear when I hear realism. It's like hearing, oh, there's human error, but it sounds good. Like, I think that's when I can tell when it's a VST or not. But yeah, so I guess the short answer is yes, I can tell.
I think the one that's I still have not heard that can be done properly is saxophone. Like, you cannot fake a saxophone. Okay. While we still got time, let's keep going. So got all this melanin here, right? And as I think we all know, right? Yes, go ahead. Yep. Melanin in the room for sure. Good. Yes. And on the stage, right? Which is beautiful. And in our games and all of that, and we want that. And so how do we get more of that, I think, is the thing, right? Because as we all know, the representation still has a long way to go. So if we've got aspiring, composers or sound designers, et cetera, in the room or who maybe be checking this out later, what's some advice you can give to these folks in terms of how do they get in? And, for those who may not know, like, music composing is kind of weird in games because it's one of the few roles that there is rarely like an actual position. It's almost always contract. Everything else, even like sound designers, like you have an actual role, like you're an employee. There's a few studios that'll like hire in-house composers and stuff. But with that said, like, what's some advice you all give? And I guess you could even use, stories from your own way of how you just kind of broke your way in.
Yeah, the advice I usually get is just keep doing your own thing and do game jams as much as you can and put that work out there. And also, I know it's really hard. It's easier said than done because you're competing against a lot of folks, but the visibility game is the only game that you create it to be. So like if you're not going to make your own game, or maybe you will, but create your own visibility game. And you have to, in order to be heard, people have to tune into the right frequency. So just make sure that you're in line with that.
I'll piggyback off of what you said, Chase, about just being visible. My advice would be to just do. I know when I first started out, I would work with a couple of people with in RPG Maker and do projects, but after a while, I was like, I would like to write this type of music, and I saw so many people who were doing fake video game soundtracks. I didn't do that till later, but I mean, that's what they would do. They wanted to be hired to write for a particular type of project, and rather than waiting for that project to come to them, they just wrote it, And that makes me think of if you're into video game covers, that makes me think of Insane in the Rain. Did music video game covers for years and is phenomenal video game covers and arrangements. And now, he's getting called out to do arrangements for, people who are working for Tencent and working for AAA games. And it's really just born from a passion that he had to just write music. And so I definitely would say start there. And another thing too is, although the people that you work with are, technically competition, they're also going to be where you get your work from. Majority of the game projects that I've gotten over the past 2 or 3 years have come from my colleagues who don't have the capacity to, work on a game. And, we've built a relationship and they're just like, yo, Jazz, I can't write for this. Do you want it? Absolutely. Give it to me. And so, building community, if you don't have community where you are and you feel led to start it, please do so. There's nothing wrong with also trying to foster community online. I knew Chase and DeAnthony online. This is the first time I've met them, is here, but we've known each other for years. So that would be my advice. So just do and, find community wherever you can.
Yeah, I really agree with both Chase and Jasmine. So after college, I did an internship in Tokyo actually, and at a game studio in the sound department. And after that experience, I felt like I don't want to sound like others, I guess. Because in house, it's kind of like everyone has to like formulate their ideas together, sort of, which works in a lot of situations. But when I came back to the States, I was like, I don't really have my own voice. Like I sound like a typical like kind of like orchestral, writer or whatever. So my strategy was to release songs actually, or kind of like EPs or albums. And so I started using my voice more and singing more and writing lyrics and doing kind of like a weird pathway into like getting my music out there. So I thought like maybe what would be helpful for people trying to get in games too is to honestly just find their voice, like find who you are. As cliche as that sounds, but I really do mean that because I think a lot of times there's like a thought of like what game music should be, whereas you're bringing something to the table, to the game with your own kind of like voice, So that's kind of like my my advice. And then also like helping others is very important, I think, because some of my gigs have come from other composers as well. They're like, oh, I'm too busy, and I think you'd be good for this project, and things work out that way. I mean, and I think it's different when, when you're in a way it is competitive, but at the same time we want to make sure that like our industry is healthy and accepting and comfortable, I think. So, yeah.
On the topic of finding your voice, there's a GDC audio Discord that I'm a part of coming here, and it's really shocking how many people are trying to transition from film and TV over into games, which makes me think, oh God, now it's going to sound like film, like and TV. So like if you have what you feel to be a very diverse voice, definitely tap into that, because that difference, that deviation from what feels like a melting pot of the same type of proliferation of music is really going to stand out.
Hey, yes, absolutely, absolutely. So, final question, final round. What is, right? This is big, right? This is Black in gaming, with a capital B. So, what is the blackest thing that you've ever composed?
I mean, everything I write, I guess, is going to be black.
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
I mean, I can't change my melanin tone, so I mean, I will say this though, like growing up in the Midwest, like in middle school and high school, I was actually writing a lot of hip hop music, and I was helping like rappers actually back then. I was really inexperienced at the time. I was like 15 or 16, doing that. But I was like, I guess that's kind of like the blackest thing I've written. I mean, I'm a jazz pianist too, so jazz is very influential for me. So, yeah, I guess I mean, honestly, I stand by that. Like everything is gonna be black, everything that I make. So, I think that's it.
I guess on the same vein as D'Anthony, anything I write is black. But I guess the blackest type of experience that I've had in game composing is probably on one of the projects I'm working on now, called Kindred Fates. And I went to the quick backstory. I realized the previous projects that I had before, I worked with live musicians, and all of them were white. And I was like, I just had this, like I can't. This is not going to continue. So for this project, I told the lead developer, I was like, hey, I would like for every person that I work with outside of the lead development team to be black or a person of color. They were like, all right, go ahead. And so one of the musicians that I worked with was this boss effing tenor operatic vocalist. But just being able to work with them, work with, recording studios if they're not black owned, like my audio engineer is black, and having them record and them send the stems, it was really nice to kind of just to do that legwork. And now for any other project that I work on, right? Like I don't have that excuse anymore, right? Like I didn't want that to be an excuse. Like it's so easy. I just need someone to just play violin real quick. Who do you have? And obviously knowing that the network is going to be white, but now I don't have that issue anymore. Like I've got, this effing amazing, violinist. I had 2 of them. I've got this freaking sick effing sax player. Like I'm happy that I did the legwork, right, to break out of that monotony of only having this one type of person that I go to, right, for just musicianship and professional quality. And for some of the people that I've worked with, obviously, the Black people, the people of color I've worked with have effing blown them out the water. So it's like I should have done this sooner. So yeah.
Well, I have to. All right. My president is black. My ribs are.
Oh man, is that the Jeezy? Did you bring the Jeezy from the Obama era?
Darn, and my music ain't. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man,
So,
I love it.
I guess a bit of a small anecdote. There was a project I was really excited for. It was a fighting game. I can't remember the name of the game, but I did it. There was I did a remix of a remix, which I'm leading to in the next story. Probably got 2-3 things now. I'll just run it down really quickly. So then, I did a remix of Bernard Herrmann's Vertigo, of a remix of it was a UK garage type of sound, and I put it to that fighting game, and I put it out on Twitter, X, and then I was like, hey, this is what I would do for that. And it was just the mashup of just this hip hop sound with Bernard Herrmann. So that was one thing. Then I did I created this term called a remash. So it's a mashup and it's a remix together. I created that name. This was Janet Jackson from Velvet Rope. It was called Trust. And I mixed it with Jadakiss and Swiss Beats. Who's phony? Who's fake? That's the type of people I hate. And then I just put that together, and it goes trust anything you say. And so I put those together. So there's the undertone beat of the who's phony with the bass, and then the cuts. And I had to do that for community college, and it was only a minute, but I put it all together. So it's the remash. And then the last thing was big Parappa the fan, and then I like E40, and so it was my ex-girlfriend at the time, she was like, tell me when to go. And I said, step on the gas and turn to the left. I'm like, no, like, wait. So it goes, just like, tell me when to, yeah, that's what they, step on the brake, step on the, well, I forgot it. You got to go to the SoundCloud or something. Like, the point is, E40, Parappa Rapper, that's what I did. Blackest thing we've done.
Yeah, can we give it up for this cast? Oh, wow. Who would be down for like a Black composer, video game composer concert? Would that sound lit to y'all?
I'm working on that. Don't give all the ideas away.
Sorry, Trini. I don't know if I'm supposed to be just making up ideas out of nowhere. All right, we'll get back on
See,
script.
this is how it works. Right?
But yeah, y'all are amazing for real. That's incredible. We still got a little bit of time. So, anybody got any questions for our amazing panelists? And let me pass it over. Nothing with these lights.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. I'm Eddie, and I'm a software-focused indie dev. I'm in the earlier stages of my project, and like I wanted to know what the process of working with a composer would be like for me. Like especially from your point of view, just because like I wanted to know like when you got a request from someone like me, like what would you go through? What's the process of discovering whether or not you even want to work on the project? All of that.
Yeah, I'll go quickly. I actually just created a short guide to working with Composer sheet about a week ago. So the process that I usually run down is that you have an asset list sheet. I usually provide it for you. This is what's going to have all the references, the descriptions, or things that you're looking for. And then it moves into what you want to do for that, any type of milestones, any Steam festivals, anything that needs to be indicated in terms of what the music you're looking for, the amount of time, and then the pay that you have. Please be upfront with the budget. Let's not do the song and dance thing. Just tell me what it is. We will work with you if you tell us, but if you don't tell us, we don't know. So then there's that too. Then it goes down to how we'd like to get paid. Cash App, Zelle, PayPal, that's still the thing. Bank account if you're through your process of other things. So, and then that's that. And then we could usually just get started, have a discovery call, go from there. And it's really short, sweet, and to the point.
He basically said everything that needed to be said. Yeah, that was a good answer. I would just say that, yeah, I guess the main issue that I've always run into is kind of like the payment conversation, which I think if there's clear, like if you're clear about budget and you know you have like an idea of how much you're going to allocate to music and sound, I think that's something that needs to be upfront, and then things could be negotiated and talked about. But as long as there's like some sort of number, we can kind of gauge how much music we'll be able to write. Some people charge per minute. Some people go by track. I do not recommend going by track because then each track could be like 7 minutes long. But you know, I think people generally charge that way. But it depends on the person on how they charge. So I mean, as long as you have like some sort of kind of budget and you know it's talked about, I think those discussions will be fine. And yeah.
I think the only other thing that I would add is projects that I've worked on where the developer has come to me early has given me an opportunity to kind of do field tests, right? Where we can kind of experiment with sound and like your vision on music. So like having this kind of window of time for me to be like, all right, this is what we kind of want to go with. Do we want to just kind of go with standard generic idea, or do we just kind of want to play around and see what we come up with sonically, you know, and try and push the barrier if it seems like that's something that you want. So kind of, yeah, leaving that a little bit of gray area for that. That's something that you would be interested in.
Hello, my name is Jamel. I write music for video games. Hey, so when you're growing your career, it's really easy to get caught in comparison, seeing other people get there before you, seeing other people get there way later than you. And you have to realize that everyone has their own timeline. You just can't predict when things will hit. But for you personally, how long did it take for you to feel like you had finally slotted into your role as like a games composer and that you felt like you were getting the commercial projects that you wanted to do?
Oh, I'm so flattered you think I'm there. I can attest to the comparison thing. I deleted Twitter for a bit because I just realized, you know, I was paying giving too much attention to where people were, which wasn't allowing me the time to respect the work that they had put into it, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears. And so there's that. And there's also being grateful for at least for me, grateful for the strides that you have made, regardless of how small. Like for me, I'm not 100%, but like 85. It's 85. You know, a couple years ago, it was 35, you know? So there's been this steady growth. And I think also surrounding yourself with people that have that similar mindset where they're thankful for, you know, each opportunity, that pay attention to the growth each year. It allows you to also be able to fixate on that. And also just having people who are struggling with you too, knowing like we're both in the trenches sometimes. And to add on to that also, just realizing that this career and also life in general is just filled with peaks and valleys. And, you know, you're going to hit a peak and, you know, a valley is going to come in some way, shape, or another. But, you know, the next peak that you go to will take you higher, and just trying to focus on that. Hopefully that's helpful. That's how I'm working through it.
Oh my gosh. I would say that kind of to piggyback off that, you know, it's easy, yeah, it is easy to compare yourself, but I think, I mean, this sounds like a weird strategy that I use, but I kind of see myself like as like an RPG character, like, you know, with growth, like, you know, building skills, building like stats or whatever. And I think like everyone has like their own progression system, you know, like they're all at different places and we all have different challenges. And, you know, I think it's important, like what Jasmine said, that we're all kind of in the same situation where we have good moments, bad moments, and but they're all learning experiences. So it's important to just remember, like wherever you're at, like it's an experience to learn from. So
He said stop. So I'm making sure I'm not.
Real quick, we're about to wrap up, everyone. But before we do, I'd like to have each of the panelists remind us of their name, who they are, and then also how can people get in touch with you, reach out to you if you have like a social handle or anything like that you want to share, a website, etc.
Sure, yeah. And Jamel, I'll have to answer your question after the panel and things. But I'm Chase Bethea, and you can reach me on Twitter X, or you can just reach out to my website. It's Chase Bethea, Bethea.
You can go to my website. I also have a QR code that you can scan. But perennialsounds.com sounds like a lot. But yeah. And then Perennial Coop on Twitter, but I'm not really on there. So just go to my website.
Yeah, so I'm D'Anthony Wooten. So I spell my first name D''ANTHONI, and then Wooten is my last name. And then my Twitter is basically my name. And then my Instagram is just like D'Anthony and then WOO. So that's how you can find me. So yeah.
Awesome. Give it up for our amazing panelists. All right.